Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Tang Ziming arrives. Chapter 104 Tang Ziming arrives. True Dragon Body Protection. Without batting an eyelid, he circulated all the true Qi in his body and activated the true Dragon Body Barrier. He waved his hand intentionally or unintentionally, and a stream of Dragon Qi was unleashed. Qi 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 Qi. A sizzling sound appeared in the air. Everyone was puzzled and their eyes revealed a look of horror. In an instant, the Dragon Qi and the pressure disappeared. The hall was still quiet as if nothing had happened. Only a surprised sound came from the dark. At the same time, Nangong Haoming remained silent. However, Li Lingtian could clearly sense that someone was sending a secret voice transmission with his divine consciousness. However, he could not figure out what the other party was saying. Your Majesty, this kid's cultivation is strange. Although he's only a Tier 9 warrior spirit, his strength is definitely not something a warrior king can compare to. Your Majesty, you must handle this matter carefully. The Tianyu Pavilion Master is not someone the Yang family can contend with. The elder in green who was hiding in the dark transmitted his voice. He was also extremely shocked. Although the attack just now was just a pressure, it was broken by a warrior spirit realm disciple. Moreover, he had broken through his pressure without leaving a trace. That mysterious aura made him feel afraid. Sky Cloud Sect was not a fool. They would not give the token of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion Master to others so easily. If they were to hand it over to a warrior spirit disciple now, this matter would definitely not be so simple. Not to mention the others, killing 24 rank 3 martial kings in one move was something that even a super martial arts grandmaster could not do. Thank you, Elder Qing. Junior understands. Nangong Haoming was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the powerful Elder Qing to think so highly of this young man. This young man was too terrifying. Others might not know, but he knew how powerful Elder Qing was. He was a top expert of the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, Elder Qing was not a figure from the Green Continent. He was an envoy from another place. The momentary silence in the hall was quickly broken as they were curious about Li Lingtian's token. Yang Zhiqing also felt that something was wrong. A token that could make His Majesty so surprised was definitely not that simple. Could it be that something unexpected was about to happen? Pavilion Master Tianyu. What is the Sky Pavilion Master? He is the Sky Pavilion Master? How is that possible? What is the identity of the Sky Pavilion Master? Could it be that Pavilion Master Tianyu can look down on ruler? Most of the people in the imperial court were civil officials, so they didn't know what the Heavenly Pavilion Master was. Even some super experts might not be able to find the Heavenly Pavilion Master. Only a few Martial King Realm Guards were shocked. This was because the Sky Pavilion Master was equivalent to the Sect Master of Sky Cloud Sect, or even an existence that surpassed the Sect Master. Ignorant. If you knew the identity of the Sky Pavilion Master, you wouldn't be so ignorant. General Liu, what do you mean?
What do I mean?
Look at Your Majesty. Since you can come into contact with the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master, you should know about the Sky Cloud Sect Master, right? General Liu Qinghe, was one of the few people in the imperial court who knew about the Pavilion Master of the Sky Pavilion. He was also extremely shocked. It was hard for him to imagine that this youth was the Pavilion Master of the Sky Pavilion. There was no one who didn't worship the strong. The civil and military officials were opposing each other, and these generals had always disliked civil officials. Now that they had such an opportunity to attack the other party, how could they let it go so easily? Sky Cloud Sect Master. He is the sect leader of the 4 great sects of our empire. I naturally know about him. Is there any connection between the Sky Cloud Pavilion Master and the Sky Cloud Sect Master? Everyone started to discuss. Liu Qinghe was speechless when he heard this blockhead. Was this still a civil official? Why would he ask such a stupid question? Yang Jiqing, the patrol team has failed in their duties. From today onwards, the patrol team will be handed over to General Qingping. General Qingping will be promoted to rank 2. Li Lingtian, as the heir of the empire, has brought glory to the country. I shall confer you a title of nobility. You're still too young, so one shall confer Li Chongyang the title of Duke of North Peace. Nangong Haoming muttered to himself for a long time before he finally announced. Everyone was stunned. He did not expect things to turn out like this. This was a token that turned the situation around. Originally, the Yang family had planned to completely wipe out the Pingbei Marquis residence from the imperial court. However, in the end, the Yang family lost the city defense unit. The Pingbei Marquis residence had Li Chongyang become Duke Pingbei, and the city defense unit had also become the Pingbei Marquis residences. Because Qingping was the former subordinate of Marquis Pingbei, even a fool would understand that the emperor was suppressing the Yang family to promote Marquis Pingbei. Soon, everyone left the hall. Yang Jiqing's face was ashen. He didn't know how to explain this to the family head. Li Chongyang from the northern Marquis' residence had become Duke of Northern Peace, and his status had skyrocketed. Countless courtiers had come to curry favor with Li Suifeng, and Li Lingtian had finally witnessed how thick-skinned these courtiers were. When Li Lingtian and Li Chongyang returned to the Marquis residence, it was bustling with activity. Gossip always spread the fastest. Before the two of them returned, the news of Li Chongyang being conferred the title of Duke of Pingbei had already reached the Marquis residence. Li Chongyang was Li Lingtian's grandfather. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years in preparation to break through to a higher realm. There was no news of him until now. However, Li Lingtian was not interested in such matters. However, the appearance of someone in his line of sight made him smile. Big brother Lingtian. That's right, this person was Tang Zimeng, his fiancé. After he returned from Hidden Dragon Island, Tang Zimeng left Sky Cloud Sect and returned to Sky Dragon City. He did not expect to come to his house today and see this little beauty. His mood immediately improved. Tang Zimeng missed Li Lingtian ever since he entered Hidden Dragon Island. She had been cultivating diligently ever since she returned to Sky Dragon City. This period of time was when he was trying to break through to warrior spirit. He did not expect that his brother Lingtian had returned to Sky Dragon City. Moreover, Li Lingtian's story was spreading like wildfire. Meng Meng. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Zimeng lunging at him, he gave her a gentle hug before he sized her up. This little beauty of his was becoming more and more beautiful and charming. However, there were too many people here, so it was not a good influence. There were still many people watching. Then, he gently pushed Tang Zimeng away, and the two of them went to the living room. Qin Susu, Li Xiaoxiao, and the rest were smiling at Li Lingtian and his wife, causing Li Lingtian to feel awkward. Big brother Lingtian, let's go out and play, okay? Tang Zimeng whispered into Li Lingtian's ear when she saw people looking at them from all directions. Her heart was thumping non-stop. All right, let's go out and play. Li Lingtian nodded before the two of them bowed to Li Suifeng and his wife and left. Li Xiaoxiao and Tang Zimeng's maid left the living room together. After leaving the living room, Li Lingtian casually waved his hand and a guard came before him. Young master, what instructions do you have? Wu Yun stood with a bow. He was a Tier 4 warrior king, but he knew in his heart that he would not be a match for his young master even if he cultivated for another 100 years, let alone a Tier 4 warrior king. His young master was extremely powerful and had endless means. His alchemy skills were unparalleled, and he had countless spiritual fruit. There were countless guards who wanted to curry favor with his young master. He did not expect that he would get the opportunity. I want to go out for a walk. Prepare a ride. Li Lingtian instructed Wu Yun as he walked. Tang Ziming's fair hand was holding his arm, and she looked extremely happy. Li Xiaoxiao and Tang Ziming's maid, Qing Ping, followed behind. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Yun Long Stream 1 Chapter 105 Yun Long Stream 1 All right, young master, please wait a moment. Wu Yun was instantly as excited as if he had won a $5 million prize. Accompany young master to go out and have fun. This kind of thing was like a pie falling from the sky. After saying that, he ran out. He no longer looked like a martial king. Li Lingtian had grown numb to the guard's behavior over the past few days. In his opinion, it was normal. The North Peace Manor was huge. After walking for a full 10 minutes, Li Lingtian and the rest finally arrived at the manor's main entrance. There was already a manor beast carriage waiting for them at the entrance. This beast carriage was completely different from Zheng Lin's beast carriage. The beast carriage in front of him was extremely luxurious, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. It was pulled by 2 tall and mighty Grade 3 Azure Cloud beasts. This beast carriage alone symbolized the status of a top-level official of the empire. Only officials of the second rank and above were qualified to own such a beast carriage, and only those of the second rank could ride it. Wu Yun knew that Li Lingtian's identity was extraordinary. In terms of true identity, even the emperor would not dare to provoke him. Naturally, he was qualified to ride in this beast carriage. "Young master, please! Young madam, please!" When Wu Yun saw Li Lingtian and the others, he bowed respectfully. However, his words stunned Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming blushed. Although she was Big Brother Lingtian's fiancée, and she liked him, she was not married yet. How could she be so thick-skinned to be called young madam in front of Big Brother Lingtian? Their hearts were pounding non-stop. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Li Lingtian. They quickly boarded the beast carriage. For a moment, no one spoke and the atmosphere was awkward. Wu Yun also felt that something was wrong. However, she remembered that Miss Purple Dream was young master's fiancée. It was only a matter of time before she was addressed like this. As long as young master did not object, it would be fine. The interior of the beast carriage was spacious and bright. It was luxuriously decorated, just like an elegant room. Tang Ziming leaned gently against Li Lingtian with a blissful expression on her face. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping wanted to laugh at the sight of Li Lingtian, but they could only hold it in. To Cloud Dragon Stream, Li Lingtian instructed Wu Yun, who was waiting outside the beast carriage. Although he had not been in Sky Dragon City for the past few years, he was still familiar with the city. Cloud Dragon Stream was one of the few places with the best scenery in Sky Dragon City. It was also the gathering place for countless royal children, dukes, and scholars. All right. Wu Yun was extremely happy. He personally drove the beast carriage, and it quickly sped into the distance. What are you holding it in for? Laugh if you want to. Li Lingtian saw Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping's expressions. If they continued to hold it in, they would definitely suffer internal injuries. When Li Xiaoxiao was alone with him, she could be unrestrained. But when there were outsiders, she didn't dare to be like this because this was the etiquette of the Pingbei Marquis estate. The two maids giggled non-stop when he finished speaking. However, Tang Ziming was even more exasperated as she kept twisting Li Lingtian's arm. Although he was shy, he was extremely happy in his heart. Although Sky Dragon City was overcrowded, the entire city was 6,000 square kilometers. The buildings were orderly and there were rows of pavilions. The green stone street was 20 meters wide, and there were shops and pedestrians on both sides. It was no different from the big cities in his previous life. However, the architectural style was that of the Tang dynasty, and the pedestrians were the same as the ancient Tang dynasty, but their enthusiasm did not decrease at all. Big Brother Lingtian, tell Ming Ming about what happened in Hidden Dragon Island. After a while, Tang Ziming finally calmed down and asked Li Lingtian in a soft voice. She was well aware of the dangers in Hidden Dragon Island. Fortunately, her brother Lingtian had returned safely. Moreover, he had become a super genius with incomparably powerful strength. "All right then," Li Lingtian said with a smile. The three little beauties in the beast carriage were naturally in a good mood as they took out some spirit fruit. He didn't want to use the other fruits at all. There were spiritual fruits in his divine dragon ring, so he naturally wouldn't waste them. Moreover, one was his maid, the other was his fiancée, and the other was also his fiancée's maid. They weren't outsiders. Wow, this fruit's spiritual energy is so dense. Could it be a spiritual fruit? Qing Ping exclaimed when she saw the spirit fruit Li Lingtian took out. She had seen spirit fruits before, but they did not have such dense spirit qi. He was already satisfied with just meeting her, let alone enjoying her. Tang Ziming was also extremely surprised. Although she was the precious daughter of the Tang family, spiritual fruits were still rare. She would still cherish them if she saw them once in a while. He did not expect Li Lingtian to casually take out a dozen 10-year-old spirit fruits at once. He thought about Hidden Dragon Island and guessed that Brother Lingtian must have obtained these spirit fruits there. "Yes, eat it. I don't have anything else, but one have a lot of spiritual fruit." Li Lingtian teased Qingping with a smile. Like Li Xiaoxiao, Qingping had always been Tang Ziming's maid, and he had known her for a long time. "Thank you, young master." Qingping was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian's words. Although she was Tang Ziming's maid, she had never enjoyed such a spirit fruit before. She did not expect Li Lingtian to bring it out for them to eat. Li Xiaoxiao did not feel anything. She had obtained quite a number of such spiritual fruits in the past few days. As long as Li Lingtian was around, he would not use fruits but spiritual fruits instead. Just like that, Li Lingtian talked about the Hidden Dragon Island while enjoying the spirit fruit. However, he did not want Tang Ziming to worry about the unimportant matters. The three little beauties listened to Li Lingtian's experiences while eating the spirit fruit. They were excited when they heard about some of the places. Tang Ziming knew that it would not be so easy on Hidden Dragon Island. Brother Lingtian did not mention the dangers because he did not want her to worry. Despite the three little beauties, the dozen or so spiritual fruits were quickly taken care of. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the dozen or so spiritual fruits appeared on the coffee table once again. "Young master, how many spiritual fruits do you have? Could it be that you know how to change spells?" Qing Ping watched as Li Lingtian ate the spirit fruits like they were fruit. In fact, they were endless. She grew even more curious and excited. As Tang Ziming's maid in this world, a maid would be married off with the young lady. In other words, when Tang Ziming married Li Lingtian, she would be a maid as well. The young man in front of her was handsome and charming enough to make all the women in the world fall for him. In the future, she would be satisfied with everything if she followed him. Let me think about it. Actually, even if you eat it like rice, you won't be able to finish it in 100 years. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he replied calmly. He was very fond of the little beauty before him. At the very least, she was pleasing to the eyes and heart. Wow, so many! Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Wen Tianqing. Chapter 106, Wen Tianqing. The three little beauties were shocked beyond words. However, they soon thought that Li Lingtian was just teasing them. Nevertheless, they were still very happy. Unknowingly, the beast carriage had already arrived at the Cloud Dragon Stream. Wu Yun found a place to park the beast carriage and stopped it. "Young master, we have arrived at the Cloud Dragon Stream," Wu Yun respectfully called out to Li Lingtian. "Let's go down. It's been a long time since we've been here," Li Lingtian said as he reached out to hold Tang Ziming's jade-like hand. He felt a little nostalgic. Yeah, the last time Big Brother Ling Tian brought Ming Ming here was 8 years ago. Tang Ziming pouted her rosy lips, looking adorable. She leaned gently on Li Lingtian's arm and alighted from the carriage. The Cloud Dragon stream was already at the edge of the city. Only a part of it belonged to the city, while the rest was outside. Those who came here to play were either the young masters and young ladies of rich aristocratic families, the descendants of the imperial family, or the geniuses of the sections. Each of them had a maid or attendant behind them. Some luxurious beast carriages were parked outside the Cloud Dragon stream. From the beast carriages, one could tell the identity of these people. Li Lingtian scanned the area. He finally understood that it was only when he arrived in the capital that he realized how many officials there were and what a high-ranking official was. The beast carriages here were incomparably luxurious, even more luxurious than the ones in the Marquis Manor. The arrival of Li Lingtian's beast carriage attracted the attention of many. After all, only rank 2 officials were allowed to ride in these 2 beast carriages. However, when they saw that it was only a youth who got off the beast carriage, they all revealed disdainful expressions. When they saw Tang Ziming and the other 2 maids, many young masters and warriors from aristocratic families were excited. Of course, Li Lingtian was nothing but heir. "Young master, the scenery over there is better. This subordinate will send you there from here." Seeing the malicious gazes of many martial artists and young masters, Wu Yun quickly said. He would try his best not to let his young master meet these people. If something happened, he would be in trouble. Li Lingtian did not say a word as he walked straight ahead. The Yunlong stream was indeed one of the most scenic spots in Sky Dragon City. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a place with fewer people. Wu Yun followed from afar. At this time, he did not want to be a third wheel. Otherwise, he would be a fool or courting death. Tang Ziming's little hand was holding Li Lingtian's arm. The beautiful scenery around her no longer existed in her eyes because Li Lingtian was the only person in her world. Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were also overjoyed. They weaved some beautiful flowers into garlands and wore them on their heads. After leaving the mansion, they were like birds that had just come out of their cages. The few of them walked for a full 3 hours, and Tang Ziming felt a little tired. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at a pavilion at the top of the mountain. Li Lingtian finally understood why the men in his previous life did not want to go shopping with women. Shopping was not something a man could bear. Even with the company of a peerless beauty, he still felt tired. It was even more tiring than fighting with a martial arts grandmaster. He did not understand why a seemingly weak girl would be so tireless when she played. However, just as he arrived at the pavilion and sat down, he heard an extremely discordant voice. "Move aside. This is the seat my young master wants to sit on. You don't have the right to sit here." The voice was unruly and did not sound like a servant at all. Instead, it sounded like a domineering master. Li Lingtian and the rest followed the voice and saw a few young men walking over from another path. There were also a dozen guards and maids. A few fellows seeking death. When he saw these people, he had already understood their cultivation and strength. They were all at the martial king realm, and there was even a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster. "Why? We arrived here first." Li Xiaoxiao did not say anything when she saw Li Lingtian. However, she had learned a lot about Li Lingtian over the past few days. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, it did not mean that he was afraid. In his heart, young master was the strongest. No matter how many people there were, they were just a pile of trash. "You don't know if you're dead or alive. Don't you have eyes? Young master Wen Tianqing is here. Why aren't you guys leaving? Do you want to die?" A young man dressed like a young master said coldly. His face was full of flattery. He was a rank 5 martial king, but in front of the martial arts grandmaster beside him, he was a complete clown. The other guards, maids, and attendants had already arrived outside the pavilion and immediately surrounded it. For a moment, the atmosphere on the mountain peak was extremely oppressive. "Brat, get lost. We want this place, but these 3 girls have to stay." A Tier 9 warrior king youth looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. In his eyes, a warrior spirit disciple with 3 beauties accompanying him was like a toad eating swan meat. All the other disciples of the aristocratic families also looked at Tang Zimeng and the other 2. One had to know that Tang Zimeng was so beautiful that even a heaven immortal could not compare to her. Although Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping were maids, they were also extremely beautiful. Really? Li Lingtian looked at Wen Tianqing, the most powerful of them all. He would not die if he did not seek death. Since he wanted to seek death, he should die. As he spoke, he looked at Wen Tianqing indifferently, completely ignoring the other martial king disciples. Judging from their attire, these people should not be from Sky Dragon City. It should be a junior disciple of some sect or family. How dare he have designs on his own woman? Wasn't this courting death? Dragons had reverse scales, and they would be enraged if they were touched. His reverse scales were his family, friends, and women. "Brat, who are you talking to? This is the 3rd young master of the Wen family. Do you think you are qualified to talk to him?" When the Tier 4 warrior king who had started speaking saw that Li Lingtian had ignored him and was being ignored in front of these beauties, he was instantly enraged. If Wen Tianqing had not spoken, he would have killed this little warrior spirit disciple. "Yes, you leave. The 3 of them have to stay." Wen Tianqing stared at Tang Zimeng with a look of amazement. She had never seen such a beautiful and charming girl before. She was completely mesmerized by the girl in front of her. "All right, you can get lost now." Li Lingtian's face was calm and collected, but his eyes were sharp as he stared at Wen Tianqing. He raised one hand and the space trembled slightly. A powerful demonic force burst forth and a huge multicolored beast appeared before everyone. Multicolored beast. Tier 4, Level 4 multicolored beast. Oh my god! Why is there a Tier 4 multicolored beast? In an instant, everyone cried out in surprise. Tang Zimeng and the other 2 ladies were equally astonished. They were well aware of Li Lingtian's strength, but they did not expect him to use a Tier 4 mystical beast. Roar! With a loud roar, the powerful pressure suppressed everyone. Wen Tianqing was also shocked. A 4th tier demonic beast was equivalent to a 4th tier martial arts grandmaster. She was only a 1st tier martial arts grandmaster. Wouldn't she be courting death if she fought with this demonic beast? He had wanted to show off in front of a beauty just now, but now a warrior spirit opponent had taken out a Tier 4 demonic beast. His face turned green and white, and he looked extremely ugly. "All right, let's go." When Tianqing was shocked, she no longer cared about her face. Her life was more important. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Acting. Chapter 107 Acting. After forcefully resisting the pressure of the Tier 4 multicolored beast, he turned around and was about to leave. The other martial kings also planned to leave. However, a few guards and servants could not move at all in the face of the pressure of the demonic beast. They were ignored and gave up. "I told you to scram, not leave," Li Lingtian said coldly. Against these trash, even if he did not make a move, he could still kill them all. You're too much." How could a warrior king not be enraged when he heard Li Lingtian's lukewarm words and was humiliated in front of so many guards and servants? However, when he looked at the tall and mighty multicolored beast, he could only lower his noble head and lie down slowly, preparing to roll down. The multicolored beast withdrew its pressure. All the martial kings were prepared to scram. They were bound to be strong. Wen Tianqing was the only one who looked at Li Lingtian with a cold gaze. As a martial arts grandmaster and a genius disciple of the Wen family, How could he just roll away in front of a beauty? Before you scram, you have to cripple your cultivation or stay here forever. Li Lingtian said coldly as he stared at Wen Tianqing. If he was not convinced, he would die. He was already indifferent to his own life. He had seen countless powerhouses die in the past few battles. This is too much. Our young Master Wen is a friend of Pingbei Marquis Residence's young Master Li Lingtian. If you dare to offend young Master Wen, aren't you afraid of Li Lingtian? One of the guards said loudly, causing everyone to be stunned. Li Lingtian, Tang Ziming, Li Xiaoxiao, and Qingping were also stunned. Their expressions kept changing. If you scram quickly and leave the three of them behind, our young Master Wen might consider sparing your life. Seeing the change in Li Lingtian and the rest's expressions, the warrior kings were delighted as well. They thought that Li Lingtian and the rest were frightened. During this period of time, many people in Sky Dragon City had been spreading rumors about Li Lingtian's deeds. At the critical moment, they suddenly thought of Li Lingtian and wanted to use him to suppress the few people before them. Wen Tianqing's face revealed a trace of surprise, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was satisfied with the quick work of this servant beside her. He could easily catch the attention of the few people in front of her. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Do you know Li Lingtian? Li Lingtian almost burst out laughing in his heart. It was truly a coincidence to encounter such a situation. He could meet all kinds of people. Wasn't it nonsense for someone to use his reputation to suppress him in front of him? However, there was a look of fear on his face. If he really went to act, the title of Best Actor would definitely belong to him. Young Master, I'm so scared. Li Xiaoxiao and the other two immediately understood. They tried their best not to laugh and quickly played along with Li Lingtian's act. Instantly, the four of them looked like frightened birds, causing the martial king and servants outside the pavilion to heave a sigh of relief. Moreover, their eyes revealed a sinister look. Humph, I'll take this demonic beast and cripple your own cultivation. Scram, the three of you stay. When Tianqing was relieved to see Li Lingtian and the others in such a state, she walked toward the pavilion and sat down on a stool without restraint. Young Master! Li Lingtian was bored and was prepared to continue his act. However, a voice rang out and he knew that it was impossible for him to continue acting. A middle-aged martial king guard ran over quickly. He was stunned when he saw Wen Tianqing sitting with his young master. He thought Wen Tianqing was his young master's new friend. Greetings, young master and young mistress. Isn't this young master one? It's rare for young noble one to hit it off so well with our young noble Lingtian. Wu Yun bowed to Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming was left speechless by Wu Yun's habit of addressing Tang Ziming as young madam. She did not know if he was doing it on purpose or out of habit. If she were to say it out loud, she would feel even more embarrassed. However, everyone was stunned when they heard that Wen Tianqing and Li Lingtian hit it off. Li Lingtian, Tang Ziming, and the others smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee, this is too funny. This is too funny. That's right, our young noble Lingtian and young noble Wen really hit it off, hee hee. Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing in front of all the warrior kings and Wen Tianqing. Then Li Xiaoxiao, Tang Ziming, and Qingping all laughed. They laughed so hard that it made their blood boil. The others were stunned. Their faces were as ugly as they could be, especially Wen Tianqing's. What did you say? He was young noble Lingtian? Li Lingtian? He's Pingbei Marquis Residence's Li Lingtian? If he's the son of Marquis Pingbei Li Lingtian, then isn't she Tang Ziming, Duke Tang's granddaughter? The few martial kings and servants who had a smug look on their faces earlier asked in disbelief. In their hearts, they had assumed that the young man's name was Li Lingtian. What's wrong? If you don't know my young master, then why are you sitting with him? Wen Tianqing, young Master Wen, what is going on? Wu Yun stretched out his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. It was the token of the North Marquis Guard. When this token was lit up, it represented the North Marquis residence. What everyone didn't want to believe had become the truth, and it looked extremely ugly. Wu Yun, they want me to scram and they want them to stay. I'm a little scared. Li Lingtian stood up and pretended to be afraid. At this moment, everyone was cursing Li Lingtian a few hundred times in their hearts. To pretend to be bitter at a time like this, was this not embarrassing? How could he be afraid? The famous young master Ling Tian had killed 24 rank 3 martial kings with one move and crippled the patrol captain who was at the peak of rank 9 martial king with one move. He had bragged in front of this person and even claimed that he and Wen Tianqing were friends. He had used Li Lingtian's name to oppress Li Lingtian himself. He was utterly humiliated. This was also the reason why no one knew who Li Lingtian was. They did not know what Li Lingtian looked like or his cultivation level. Otherwise, they would not have used his name to oppress the main body. Wu Yun was well aware that these people were bullying Li Lingtian's group with their strength and numbers. Li Lingtian's group had been putting on an act all along, but his arrival had stopped the act. So you're Li Lingtian? When Tianqing wished she could find a hole to hide in. She was a genius disciple of the Wen family, a grandmaster powerhouse of the Tang Tang family, yet she wanted to use the reputation of a warrior spirit disciple to threaten others. He had even admitted that he was a friend of that warrior spirit disciple. He had lowered his net worth to cater to a warrior spirit disciple, and now, that person was the youth in front of him. I'm Li Lingtian. Since you want me to leave, I'll leave. Li Lingtian held Tang Ziming's hand and was about to leave the pavilion. Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao followed behind him. Wu Yun was puzzled. Since when did his young master become so easy to talk to? But before he left, Wen Tianqing spoke. Young Master Li, please forgive me. I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I have offended young master. Please forgive me. You trash. Why don't you apologize to young Master Li? If young Master Li doesn't accept your apology, one will cripple you. When Tianqing knew that she was really unlucky today. How could she encounter such a thing? She looked at the other martial kings and servants with a sharp gaze. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Power 1 Chapter 108 Power 1 Young Master Li, please spare my life. One was blind. Young Master Li, just treat me as a fart and let me go. Young Noble Ling Tian, please forgive me. Begging for mercy was heard everywhere. Everyone knelt on the ground, tears rolling down their faces. They looked extremely miserable. Li Lingtian was speechless as he no longer looked like a martial king. Now that his identity had been exposed, it would not be easy to kill these people. If these people did not know him, he would have killed them for nothing. However, his identity had already been exposed, so he could only spare their lives. It was the crucial moment of the competition in Sky Dragon City. He did not want to make enemies everywhere. He was not afraid, but he did not want to cause trouble for his father's family. I'm fine, but my Meng Meng and the others are in shock. What do you think we should do? Li Lingtian looked troubled as he returned to his stool and sat down. He looked at the warrior king and his servants kneeling in front of him with a frightened expression. At the same time, Tang Ziming and the other two girls pretended to be frightened and cooperated seamlessly. When Tianqing and the others who were kneeling on the ground were furious. They didn't look frightened at all, but they didn't dare to say anything. 1,000 spirit stones. Thank you for your respect. A Tier 3 warrior king guard took out 1,000 spiritual stones. Naturally, he knew what Li Lingtian meant. Since this was extortion, they could only accept it. You motherfucker, I'll reward you with this fruit. Li Lingtian suddenly cursed. With a wave of his hand, a spirit fruit flew out and struck the Tier 3 warrior king guard's Dantian. The guard did not resist at all, and a pained expression appeared on his face as his cultivation was crippled. Everyone's heart trembled. A warrior spirit youth had crippled a Tier 3 warrior king guard with just a random fruit. What kind of strength was this? However, when they saw the fruit that crippled a rank 3 martial king guard, they were stunned. This was a spiritual fruit, and he actually used it to smash people. Wasn't 1,000 spirit stones insulting others? 1,000,000 spirit stones per person. If you don't have it, you can leave your life behind. As for you, 30,000,000 spirit stones. Li Lingtian glared at the kneeling warrior before shifting his gaze to the trembling Wen Tianqing. The Wen family was powerful, but Li Lingtian's reputation was not small. Hence, he did not pay any attention to them. There was a huge gap between a first-level martial arts grandmaster and a peak 9th-level martial king. However, this young man had crippled Yang Haozong, who was at the peak of the 9th-level martial king, with one strike. He was a first-level martial arts grandmaster, so how much hope did he have of defeating this young man in front of him? Furthermore, there was a 4th-level demonic beast eyeing him covetously. A million! A million! I don't have 1,000,000! Are you robbing me? 30 million! Everyone exclaimed. When Tianqing could not sit still anymore. 30 million? Even a martial arts grandmaster like him could not afford 30 million. 3 million was more like it. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not afford 30 million. Go collect the spirit stones. If you don't have 1,000,000, you'll be killed. Li Lingtian called out to Wu Yun. The multicolored beast's aura burst forth once again. The Tier 4 Level 4 aura suppressed all the warrior kings and servants once again. Big brother, one only have 700,000. I only have 920,000 yuan, okay? I only have 310,000. I only have 70,000. Some martial kings could still barely fork out 1,000,000, but those servants did not have 1,000,000. Scram to the side and wait for young master's punishment. Wu Yun's face was filled with excitement as he kept a large number of spiritual stones into his storage bag. He did not let a single spiritual stone go. Then, he kicked a rank 3 martial king guard to the side. Li Lingtian, I heard that you killed a Tier 9 warrior king some time ago. Did you rely on this mystical beast? Wen Tianqing's expression kept changing. In the end, she said with a trembling voice, looking at the multicolored beast with fear. Are you testing my patience? I'll give you one chance. Take one of my moves and you can scram. If you can't take it, then it won't be 30 million, but 300 million. Li Lingtian said coldly with a nonchalant expression on his face. He was a Tier 9 warrior spirit who spoke with confidence when facing a warrior ascendant, completely disregarding the strength of a warrior ascendant. All the martial artists had the illusion that the youth in front of them was not a youth but a supreme grandmaster. It was like a martial arts grandmaster reprimanding a martial arts disciple. Who was the real Wu Zong? A warrior spirit's disciple was actually superior to Wen Tianqing, a rank 1 martial grandmaster. All right, that's what you said. Wen Tianqing's face lit up with joy. No matter where it was, gossip was always the most exaggerated. A warrior spirit could never defeat a warrior king. This was also a special rule in the divine martial continent for countless years. Unless he used a top-notch treasure. However, even if he used a top-notch treasure, there was no possibility of him losing to a warrior spirit. If he could defeat this warrior spirit disciple, he would become famous in the heavenly dragon sect. Tang Ziming, Li Xiaoxiao, Qingping, and Wu Yun were all stunned. Li Lingtian's reputation was not small recently, but they did not believe that he could win against a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. Then 1 foot 11 inches show you what an attack is. Li Lingtian stood up and walked out with his hands behind his back. He stood tall in his white robe with his long flowing hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like the stars. For a moment, all the girls present were stunned. Spiritual Purple Shield, activate. Heavenly Young Body Defense. Shield of the Earth. 9 Cloud Wind Technique. When a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster used 4 top-notch defenses consecutively, no matter which one it was not something that a martial king could break. When the 4 defenses were combined, not even a martial arts grandmaster could break it, let alone a martial king. On the top of the mountain, the terrifying aura of a martial arts grandmaster skyrocketed. Everyone struggled in front of the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. This was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. That's right. If you hadn't met me, even a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster wouldn't have been able to break through your defense. But your luck is very bad. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. He was shocked when he saw Wen Tianqing displaying 4 types of top-notch defenses. Only the genius disciples of the super clans could cultivate such defenses. If he had not met him, a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster would not have been able to break through this defense. However, he had met him, so he deserved to be unlucky. Wen Tianqing's expression was extremely ugly as she spoke. She had a feeling that an elder was guiding a junior in cultivation. However, when he saw Li Lingtian cleaning up, his expression changed drastically. Li Lingtian took a step forward and his aura surged. A majestic aura emerged from his body. No one knew what kind of aura it was because no one had seen it before. It was called Dragon's Might. He had cultivated the true dragon body barrier and tempered his body with dragon energy. Naturally, he was also a member of the dragon race. With one hand and one body, he made a simple gesture. However, this seemingly ordinary gesture shocked all the martial artists present. Simple, but not dignified. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Overbearing Heaven Flipping Seal. Chapter 109 Overbearing Heaven Flipping Seal. A mysterious light flashed within. He waved his right hand continuously, and strange hand gestures appeared in the air. Then, the hand gestures combined into one, and a shocking palm print appeared in the air. The Heaven Up Seal is born from the power of the world. You're just a martial arts grandmaster. You can only be destroyed. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. Like a martial arts grandmaster, he did not move, but the giant palm in the air grew stronger as all the spirit chi gathered. The warriors in the cloud dragon stream could clearly feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy. They looked up into the sky and saw a 10-meter-wide handprint floating in the air. The giant palm carried a shocking might. No one could break through the power of heaven and earth. What a powerful handprint! It's at least an earth-rank skill. One wonder which super expert is using such a giant palm. One believed that even a martial arts grandmaster will vanish into thin air with this attack. One don't think there are any experts coming to Cloud Dragon Stream today. Why is there such a powerful handprint? Countless experts and geniuses of the Cloud Dragon Stream were shocked. This giant palm was an Earth-class skill, but it had already come into contact with the power of the world. The power of the world was something that warriors could not easily come into contact with. In the face of such power, any powerhouse below the martial arts grandmaster level would not even have the slightest intention to resist. Li Lingtian had been blessed during this period of time and had cultivated the grand palm imprint to the mastery stage. When Tianqing's expression finally changed, she turned pale and frightened. The other martial kings all prostrated on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Destroy! Li Lingtian looked at the giant palm print in the sky seriously. His entire body seemed to have merged with the force of heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, the shocking giant palm print smashed down fiercely. The mountain peak trembled as if it was about to collapse. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was this still a warrior spirit's disciple? Even an ordinary martial arts grandmaster powerhouse might not be able to unleash such an attack. 50 meters, 40 meters. The giant palm slowly descended. Every time it descended, the pressure and power would be several times stronger. The pressure it gave off would be several times stronger. No one dared to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. 10 meters. The peak of the mountain kept shaking, and the top of the mountain was also pressed down fiercely, 10 meters lower. When Tianqing, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, had blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. The 4 layers of defense were actually broken by the pressure of this giant palm print. He was completely exposed in front of the giant palm print. One admit defeat, I admit defeat. Bang! When Tianqing's face turned pale, she had a mental breakdown. She couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His mind was shaken. Facing this giant palm, his heart was filled with the shadow of the giant palm. This heaven-flipping seal of mine isn't something you can withstand. You're very tactful. Even a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster would be killed in one strike, let alone a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster like you. Li Lingtian withdrew his giant palm imprint and the spirit qi between heaven and earth returned to normal. All the warriors felt as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. A gentle breeze blew past them, cooling their backs and soaking their clothes. Take out all your spirit stones. If you owe them, write and one owe you. Li Lingtian returned to the pavilion and spoke calmly. He looked at Wen Tianqing, who was kneeling on the ground, with a calm gaze. His words had caused everyone to break down. What kind of person was this? Soon, Wen Tianqing took out 7 million spiritual stones and wrote an 1 OU for 293 million. Everyone was speechless. 300 million. Even the Wen family might not be able to fork out 300 million spiritual stones. Wouldn't that kill Wen Tianqing? Everyone, do you still want to enjoy the scenery with me? After Wu Yun put away the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian's sharp gaze swept across all the warriors as he spoke coldly. No, it's fine. I'll take my leave. All of a sudden, all the martial artists disappeared, running faster than ghosts. The little episode passed just like that. They were no longer in the mood to stay there. Li Lingtian and the rest found another pavilion to rest. They took out their spirit fruits and enjoyed the scenery while enjoying them. By the way, why are you up here? Li Lingtian looked at Wu Yun and the 3 girls looked at him at the same time. If it were not for Wu Yun's arrival, they could have put on a show for a long time. One saw Wen Tianqing and the others coming up, and I was worried that young master would have an unpleasant encounter with them. This Wen Tianqing is not only a genius disciple of the Wen family, but also the future prince consort of the 3rd princess of Tianjin Empire. Wu Yun said seriously. However, Li Lingtian had still taught Wen Tianqing a lesson. In his opinion, it did not matter if he was the emperor or the Fuma of Tianjin Empire. Everything would be fine as long as Li Lingtian was safe. Now that he had witnessed Li Lingtian's true strength, he was extremely excited. A Tier 9 warrior spirit was able to suppress a warrior ascendant powerhouse in one move. If Wen Tianqing had not begged for mercy, 10 Wen Tianqings would not have been enough to kill him. This is for the brothers below. Li Lingtian took out a portion of the spirit stones he had collected and gave the rest to Wu Yun and the guards from North Marquis residence. A dozen martial king realm guards, aristocratic family disciples, and servants added up to more than 14 million spirit stones. It was definitely not a small sum to reward so many spirit stones to the guards of the Marquis residence. Young master, this. Wu Yun saw so many spiritual stones. With over 300 guards, each of them could get 40 to 50,000 spiritual stones. Even though the spiritual stones were not a lot, he was touched by Li Lingtian's generosity toward the guards. There was more than 10 million here. If it was more than 100 million, Li Lingtian would have tipped them without a care. You go down first. I'll be back in a while. Li Lingtian did not wait for Wu Yun's reply before tossing a spirit fruit to him. He then waved his hand in a carefree manner before ignoring Wu Yun. Wu Yun bowed respectfully and then retreated. He had already remembered this master in his heart and was willing to go through fire and water for this master. This is for the three of you. Li Lingtian divided the 7 million spiritual stones into 3 portions and handed them to Tang Zimeng and the other 2. The 3 of them were not outsiders. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping each received 2 million spiritual stones, while Tang Zimeng received 3 million. Big brother Ling Tian. Young master. The 3 little beauties were stunned. This was the first time they had seen so many spiritual stones. However, they did not care about spiritual stones or wealth when they were with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had given them so many spiritual stones without hesitation, which made the 3 of them feel sour. It's just spirit stones. If you lack spirit stones in the future, just ask me for it. Li Lingtian looked at the horizon. The world he came from was also a world of money. Without money, one could not go anywhere. It was the same in this world. Even a super expert needed spiritual stones. Oh right, one got a few vermilion fruits from Hidden Dragon Island. They can help you maintain your appearance. Li Lingtian took out a blood-red fruit from the divine dragon ring. The fruit was filled with a rich spirit qi and the blood-red fruit was almost translucent. It was mesmerizing at first glance. Chapter 110, Chapter 11:0, Pill Refinement 1. Chapter 11:0, Pill Refinement 1. A 500-year-old vermilion fruit. That's great. When the 3 little beauties saw the vermilion fruit, they immediately turned their attention to it. The vermilion fruit itself was a spiritual fruit, and this vermilion fruit was 500 years old. It had a unique youth-retaining effect, and could also cleanse one's meridians and marrow. There were endless benefits to using it for the first time. However, there weren't many of these fruit. He had only obtained 40 or so from Hidden Dragon Island, and he had consumed one. Without hesitation, Tang Zimeng grabbed one of them and kissed Li Lingtian's face excitedly. The air froze as Li Xiaoxiao, Qingping, and Li Lingtian were stunned. However, she soon burst into laughter. Tang Zimeng was the only one who blushed and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian because she was too happy. Moreover, she had been together with Li Lingtian since they were young and they were engaged when they were young. Now that she was an adult, the love between them was even more heart-wrenching. After that, the few of them strolled around the Cloud Dragon stream for a while before walking towards the beast carriage. A total of 5 hours had passed. By the time they returned, it was already very late. Qingping and Tang Zimeng naturally stayed in the manor. As the fiancé of Li Lingtian, the heir of the marquisdom, and with the good relationship between the Tang family and the Li family, Tang Zimeng often played here when she was young and stayed at the marquisdom at night. At night, Li Lingtian and the others chatted in the pavilion. In the middle of the night, Li Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Although the Heaven Up seal is only an Earth-rank skill, it's extremely powerful when it comes into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Thinking of the power he had displayed during the day, he was still shocked. If he had faced such an attack, he was not sure how confident he would be in taking it. After that, he began to comprehend and cultivate a few skills and techniques. The rest of the time, he used his genuine qi to refine the Roaring Dragon combat halberd. As for the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not dare to touch it anymore. Before he reached the martial arts Grandmaster level, he would not easily touch the Celestial Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. However, the Roaring Dragon combat halberd could be nourished by true qi and dragon qi. There are still 20 days before the Sky Dragon Empire Genius competition. I need to think of a way to refine the Sky Demon pill and the Blue Dust pill in these few days. This way, Xiaobai and the others can also improve their cultivation. I'm still a warrior spirit, so I can still use the blue dust pill for a while. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian began to study the blue dust pill's recipe and the heaven fei pill's recipe. As for the main ingredient of the blue dust pill, the 1,000-year stalactite milk, he had already found quite a few of them when he was at Hidden Dragon Island. There was even a 000-year-old stalactite milk. Although it wasn't much, there were 2 jade bottles. It was enough to refine pills. There were more than 10 bottles of 1,000-year stalactite milk. 1,000-year stalactite milk was used to refine blue dust pills, but 10,000-year stalactite milk could be taken directly. 1 drop of it could instantly restore the genuine chi and genuine vitality of a martial artist above the martial king realm. No one knew about this treasure because if others knew about it, they would definitely become the target of pursuit. If a martial king or martial grandmaster martial artist had a drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk, they would be able to increase their true chi cultivation by 1 more time, and they would also have an extra life. After confirming that he was going to refine the elixir, Li Lingtian played with Tang Zimeng and the rest during the day and studied the elixir formula at night. After Tang Zimeng and her husband had fun at the marquisdom for 4 days, they returned to the Tang family. This way Li Lingtian could relax and refine pills in peace. Before the 2 of them left, they even gave some spirit fruits and pills, as well as a lot of spirit weapons and profound level weapons, for Tang Zimeng and the other to use. As the days passed, Li Lingtian continued to refine pills in his room. No one saw him again, except for Li Xiaoxiao, who would occasionally bring him food. Li Lingtian had already spent 11 days in his room. On this day, many guards and servants, as well as Sky Cloud sex warriors, were quietly cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the spiritual energy fluctuation in the Marquis's mansion was intense. This kind of spiritual energy fluctuation was indeed not a good thing for martial artists who were cultivating. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they were surprised by the fluctuation of this spiritual chi. Usually, such irregular fluctuations of spiritual chi meant that someone was refining pills, refining weapons, or breaking through. No matter which one it was not a simple matter. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the courtyard where Li Lingtian was because all the spiritual chi was flowing toward Li Lingtian's room. What a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation! Could it be that Brother Li is breaking through? This spiritual energy is heading towards Young Master's room. Young Master is a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Could it be that Young Master is about to make a breakthrough before the competition? If Young Master becomes a martial king, your chances of winning this competition will be even greater. Wu Yun had already told the guards about how Li Lingtian had suppressed the martial arts grandmaster at the peak of Cloud Dragon Stream. Upon hearing this, all the guards were shocked beyond words. Suppressing a Tier 1 warrior ascendant with 1 move? What kind of concept was this? Furthermore, this person was only a Tier 9 warrior spirit disciple. His young master's strength was simply too terrifying. Li Suifeng, his wife, and the rest were also observing Li Lingtian's courtyard seriously. However, no one dared to disturb him at this time. Heaven and earth are one, and the Tao technique is boundless. All spirits return to their original position, forming a true pill. In the room, the heaven and earth creation cauldron was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy. The medicinal liquid in the cauldron was also constantly solidifying. The spiritual energy stirred the medicinal liquid and fused with it. During this period of time, Li Lingtian did not make a move. He spent a full 10 days carefully comprehending it and finally had a sliver of confidence. He only made his move when he was confident. The heaven and earth creation cauldron had also absorbed the Empyrean demon's sacred flame. Otherwise, he would have to find another cauldron. After everything was ready, he began to refine the pill. After 2 hours of refining, he had also started to refine more than 10 medicinal herbs, a type of inner core, and the blood essence of the demon beast. Now, he had reached the critical moment of forming the pill. When forming a pill, a 4th-grade medicinal pill must be infused with spiritual energy. This was also the so-called spirit infusion in alchemy. After pouring in spiritual energy for a full 10 minutes, the spiritual energy was also satisfied. In pill refinement, the control of spiritual energy was especially important. If there was more than 1 point, it would fail. If there was less, it would not meet the quality standards. Pill completed. With a soft shout, the heaven and earth creation cauldron opened. A string of gray shadows appeared. The gray shadows carried dense demonic power and more spiritual energy. That's right, this was the Tier 4 Heavenly Demon Pill that he had refined. The lowest tier of the Heavenly Demon Pill was Tier 4. As his alchemy skills improved, the quality and grade of the Heavenly Demon Pill could also increase. Some time ago, he had come to refine the Heaven Fey Pill for the sake of the Heaven Fey Pill. Now, he had finally refined it. That's right. 76 high-grade Sky Demon Pills are enough for you to enjoy for a period of time. Looking at the 76 pills, Li Lingtian's face revealed a sense of accomplishment. The Tier 4 pills were just a practice. He had finally become a true alchemy grandmaster. This was only the beginning of alchemy. The Niden of the infant carp beast was precious, but it was not as precious as the 1,000-year stalactite milk. He did not want to waste the stalactite milk, so he refined a Tier 4 Heavenly Yao pill. Collect the pills. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then, all the gray shadows entered the jade bottle. He put away the heaven and earth creation cauldron and left the room. He saw countless guards looking at him in surprise. "What are you guys doing?" Li Lingtian was taken aback by the situation before he asked. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Grade 4 Heavenly Yao Pill. Chapter 111 Grade 4 Heavenly Yao Pill. "Young master, you haven't broken through?" Wu Yun said. He had always thought that Li Lingtian was making a breakthrough. He did not expect Li Lingtian to still be a warrior spirit when he came out. When did this young master say that one want to break through? This young master is only refining a little Tier 4 medicinal pill. Li Lingtian said lightly, but he was still puzzled. Why were so many people looking at him? There was no smudge on his face. Even if he had broken through, there was no need to do this. There were many martial kings in Sky Dragon City. Only a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Everyone was speechless. He was only refining a Level 4 medicinal pill, and he had the audacity to say such words. Level 4 medicinal pills could only be refined by alchemy grandmasters. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was only a 16-year-old youth. How could he claim that it was only a Tier 4 pill? However, the guards at the Marquisdom knew that Li Lingtian could refine peerless Tier 2 pills and could barely refine Tier 3 pills. It was possible. But Sky Cloud Sec's dozen or so martial artists were shocked. A heaven-defying monster was enough to shock them. Moreover, it was a Tier 4 alchemy grandmaster. This heaven was 2F** eking unfair, right? "Do you want to eat it?" Li Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Yes, yes. All the guards immediately nodded. Only a fool would reject a Tier 4 pill. Moreover, Li Lingtian's pills were definitely not wrong. However, when they saw the pill in Li Lingtian's hand, they were stunned and their faces were filled with shock. This is a demon core. A 4th-grade demon core. It's a high-grade demon core. A burst of demonic energy was emitted and everyone was stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian to refine a grade 4 demonic pill and that the quality was of superior grade. Refining high-grade Tier 4 medicinal pills, Only Tier 4 alchemy grandmasters could do it. This pill is for my pets. If you can't take it, I'll refine some 4th grade pills for you in a few days. Li Lingtian put away the heavenly monster pill and spoke indifferently. His face was calm and collected. Refining Tier 4 pills was so easy as if it was a daily meal. How could he not be satisfied? Greetings, father and mother. Li Lingtian came before Li Suifeng and his wife, and bowed respectfully before the family headed to the living room. The other martial artists and servants were left behind with shocked expressions. This young master was too monstrous. For the next few days, Li Lingtian's room would occasionally experience spirit qi fluctuations. No one was surprised anymore as they were already numb to it. However, every time there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it would make them excited for a while. This was because there would only be a fluctuation of spiritual energy when a 4th grade medicinal pill was successful. Within a few days, Li Lingtian had refined 2 bottles of blue dust pills and a large pile of Tier 3 void spirit pills. Almost every guard was given 10 void spirit pills, and they were all superior grade ones. While he was refining pills and cultivating in the marquisdom, the outside world had already turned upside down. Countless super experts had already gathered in Sky Dragon City. This time, the competition in Sky Dragon Empire was the most grand one. Because the Hidden Dragon Island had completed their training in the past few months, the disciples from the Hidden Dragon Island had brought countless medicinal herbs to their families and sects, which had also greatly improved the cultivation of the geniuses of Sky Dragon Empire. On the Sky Dragon Square of Sky Dragon City, a huge arena was built. The arena was made of hard bluestone, and countless arrays of various sizes were added inside. As long as one was not a martial royal realm expert, the arena would not be damaged. The arena was 200 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 10 meters high. 100 meters away from the arena was a 20-meter-tall flight of stairs. There were countless seats on the stairs. This was also the seat for the top figures of Sky Dragon Empire. At the same time, it was also the best spectator stand for the sects, families, and members of the royal family. As time passed, Sky Dragon City was sealed to prevent people from causing trouble. The competition lasted for 3 days. The first day was the elimination round, which eliminated most of the martial artists, leaving only a few martial artists. The second day was also the elimination round, but after this elimination, there would be a challenge. The third day was to determine the top 10 geniuses. In the end, the top 10 geniuses would challenge the experts of the previous prodigy role, and 20 experts would compete for the position of the prodigy role. Li Lingtian did not refine any elixirs for the past 2 days. He only cultivated some skills and techniques occasionally to comprehend the harmony of ice and fire. They calmed down and waited for the competition to begin. The dozen Sky Cloud Sect experts were all grinding their fists and palms, fighting for a good ranking. This was because Sky Cloud Sect only had one person on the prodigy roll, and it was ranked 6. This position was very awkward. Sky Cloud Sect's candidates for the prodigy role were only 2 Tier 3 martial arts grandmasters. They were already 46 years old and only had one chance to compete for the prodigy role. As for the others, they were all depending on luck to fight for the top spots. This was because those on the prodigy role were all existences above the 3rd rank of the martial arts grandmaster. As for the martial kings, they were just watching the show from the side. No matter what, the weak were just stepping stones to become the strong. Even though Li Lingtian did not leave the marquisdom, he was still able to receive news one by one. This was all thanks to Zheng Lin. When Li Lingtian returned to the marquisdom, he had Zheng Lin sent out and gave him a large sum of spiritual stones to gather information specifically for him about Sky Dragon Empire. In the Sky Dragon Empire competition, he wanted to fight for the next Sons of Heaven rankings. He had to know himself and his enemy and win every battle. In this world, cultivation realm was a rule that measured the strength of a martial artist. However, many times, a martial artist's realm did not necessarily determine a martial artist's true strength. He was an example. He was only at the martial numinous realm, but he could kill martial grandmasters. Since he was an example, could it be that the other geniuses in this world were trash? No, he didn't think so. Moreover, in those top families, there were often some genius disciples with profound cultivation. The cultivation techniques and skills they cultivated were also incomparably powerful. All kinds of powerful equipment would appear on them. He did not want to fail miserably, so he had to understand any of his opponent. Basically, his strength had already eliminated all the martial kings. He could only pay attention to those powerful martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, the stronger the family and sect, the stronger the strength of the disciples. The Green Jade sect, the Bright sect, and the Misty Pavilion had already arrived in Sky Dragon City. The Sky Cloud sect was also in the Marquisdom. The other 10 great families had also arrived. There were also those forces of various sizes. They were slightly inferior to the 10 great families and the 4 super sects, but they were still a force that could not be ignored. In Sky Dragon City, for a moment, his popularity had reached an extreme. Countless markets and betting tables had already started betting on the number of people from the 4 great sects and 10 great families of Sky Dragon Empire who had entered the prodigy roll. Chapter 112 Chapter 112 Genius Competition 1 Chapter 112 Genius Competition 1 At the same time, they were also betting on whether those top-notch geniuses could enter the prodigy roll. They were also betting on the rankings of those super geniuses. This was a rare opportunity. Which of the 4 great sects and 10 great families do you think has the strength to enter the prodigy roll? One think that the 6 young masters can enter the prodigy roll. No one can compete for the prodigy roll of the 6 young masters. The Green Jade sect should have 2 spots. Sky Cloud sect should be doing well this time. I heard Li Lingtian is a disciple of Sky Cloud sect. I think there are disciples from the one family who can enter the prodigy roll. Various speculations were circulating in Sky Dragon City. In a short period of time, some top geniuses were pushed to the forefront. However, Li Lingtian had lost some popularity among these popular figures. This way, Li Lingtian felt much more relaxed as he did not have to be the center of attention wherever he went. However, it was a grave mistake for him to think that way. Li Lingtian's reputation had already spread throughout Sky Dragon City. Although he was not as good as the martial arts grandmaster super geniuses, he had become the idol of all the young ladies in Sky Dragon City and the object of worship for some geniuses. This was because Li Lingtian was only a warrior spirit. More importantly, he was only 16 years old and had a bright future ahead of him. Even though they had never met Li Lingtian, they could not be too bad thinking about the son of Li Suifeng and Qin Susu, the number 1 beauty of the Qin family. While Sky Dragon City was preparing for the competition, the other empires and mysterious superfamilies were also watching Sky Dragon City. It was even more so for the Southern Mountain Empire and Tianjin Empire. If the geniuses of the Sky Dragon Empire were too heaven-defying, they would become a threat to the other empires. They did not want to see such a thing happen. However, Sky Dragon City was also on guard. Sky Dragon Empire's 500,000-strong army was guarding Sky Dragon City. All the city gates were closed, and the experts who entered the city would be strictly checked. This would also give Sky Dragon City an additional layer of protection. Boom! Boom! The heavenly dragon divine drum sounded 9 times, and the earth-shaking drumbeats shook the entire 6,000 square kilometers of heavenly Dragon City. All the warriors knew that this was the biggest event in Sky Dragon City. They were all grinding their fists and rubbing their palms. Although they didn't have the chance to compete, they could still see the geniuses they admired competing for the prodigy role. Some of the top families and forces had also bet on this competition, hoping to become famous in the arena. No matter which clan or sect it was, as long as they had a genius disciple, they could raise the reputation of the sect and clan. The drumbeats continued for a long time. Countless martial artists rushed toward the Heavenly Dragon Square. The Heavenly Dragon Square was 100 kilometers wide, but at this time, it was already crowded with people. No one who came here dared to cause trouble because there were patrol teams everywhere. As long as they caused trouble, they would be disqualified from the competition. Moreover, it might even implicate their families and sections. In the center of the Heavenly Dragon Square, there was a spacious open space. There were countless seats on the open space, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Many of the seats were already occupied by martial artists. There were also many martial artists on the viewing platform. These martial artists were either martial arts grandmasters or high-ranking members of the empire. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the steps. The empty seats on the empty ground gradually became fewer and fewer. Countless martial artists who participated in the competition sat in their seat. Out of the Sky Cloud Sect's 16 martial artists, 9 of them were sitting on the empty seats, while the other 7 were on the audience's steps. Moreover, Li Lingtian and Li Suifeng were also on the audience stage. As the Marquis of North Peace, his father, Li Chongyang, was now Duke of North Peace. His status was even more extraordinary. Li Lingtian was resting on his seat with his eyes closed, while Li Xiaoxiao was leaning against him. There were countless court officials on the stairs. Li Lingtian recognized a few of them as he had seen them in the main hall the last time. However, most of them were martial arts grandmasters. They were either the elders of a super family clan or the elders of a sect. There were rules for this step. Each of the top 10 families had 10 seats, and the 4 super forces also had 10 seats. As for the other families and forces, they had to fight for their positions based on their strength. Moreover, on this stage, the officials of the imperial court were also existences at the level of dukes and marquises. There were only 7 seats in Sky Cloud Sect. Li Lingtian was supposed to wait downstairs for the competition, but as the Sky Pavilion Master and the Marquis' son, there was no need for him to do so. Not only him, but the genius disciples of other families and sects were also on this. Li Lingtian scanned the steps with his divine perception and was shocked. Martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were everywhere, and there were many familiar faces such as the 4 major sects, the 10 major families, and the leaders who had entered Hidden Dragon Island in the past. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the steps, and there were only a dozen seats left. "His Majesty has arrived," a sharp voice was heard. Li Lingtian could not be more familiar with this voice. It was the eunuch in the palace. As the voice fell, a huge beast carriage slowly drove over. The person pulling the carriage was actually a 5th-tier demon beast, and the demon beast emitted a shocking demonic chi. The beast carriage stopped at the bottom of the stairs. A dozen palace maids escorted Nangong Haoming out. Beside Nangong Haoming was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. The woman looked familiar. Li Lingtian recalled that the middle-aged woman was the Empress, Nangong Mingyue's mother. After Nangong Haoming and the Empress got off the carriage, 2 young men got on the carriage. They were the first Prince Nangong Jinghao and the second Prince Nangong Jinglin. Long live the Emperor! In the square, all the martial artists stood up and bowed. Although the strong were respected, the Emperor of Sky Dragon Empire could be supported by the 4 great sections. The courtiers and some martial artists on the steps also stood up and bowed. Only a few martial arts grandmasters cupped their fists lightly. Martial arts grandmasters were grandmasters, so naturally, they would not bow to an emperor. It's the once-in-a-decade prodigy role competition again. This is to test the progress and achievements of Sky Dragon Empire's disciples. You are all the future of Sky Dragon Empire. I'm just watching the battle, judging and presiding. The 4 sects and the 10 families will do it for me. Nangong Hao knew his limits. Although he was the emperor, he couldn't make so many talented disciples submit to him. He could only let a few super sects and families take charge. After he finished speaking, the representatives of Sky Cloud Sect, Green Jade Sect, Misty Pavilion, Bright Sect, Wen Family, Yang Family, Zhou Family, Tang Family, and other powerful families stood up. These representatives were all martial arts grandmasters. They represented their families and sections. They were also the judges and supervisors for this time. There were a total of 4 major sects and 10 great clans. There was also a martial arts grandmaster from the Imperial Palace. 15 martial arts grandmasters were judges to ensure the fairness of the competition. In fact, there were tens of thousands of pairs of eyes staring at such a genius competition. No one dared to cheat because it was a competition between a martial king and a martial arts grandmaster. The winner could be seen at a glance. Naturally, they had no chance to cheat. The top 10 genius disciples of the Green Jade Sect. Misty Pavilion's top 10 genius disciples. The top 10 genius disciples of the Hao Ming Sect. Sky Cloud Sect's top 10 genius disciples. The Yang family's top 10 genius disciples. The top 10 genius disciples of the Wen family. Next were the participating families and sections. All the participating families and sects would appear at the side. The disciples of the families or sects whose names were called would walk onto the stage. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Peerless Louis. Chapter 113, Peerless Louis. Half an hour passed, and all the martial artists walked up the step. There were more than 900 people competing this time, and they were all martial arts grandmasters and martial kings. However, there were more than 100 martial artists missing on the steps because these martial artists were all on the audience step. They were the true super experts. Disciples who walked onto the arena would receive a plate with a number on it. Moreover, the moment they entered the arena, a crystal kept flashing. As long as one was over 50 years old, a clear cry would be emitted. This was also to ensure the fairness of the competition. Disciples over 50 years old would lose their qualifications to compete. Li Lingtian saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Yi from Misty Pavilion. She had entered Hidden Dragon Island previously. He did not expect that he had also reached the peak Tier 9 Warrior Spirit Realm. Furthermore, he had also become a candidate for this competition. He was one of the few warrior spirit disciples in the competition. The rules of the competition are that the competition will last for 5 days. The first 3 days will be the elimination rounds, leaving only the last 20. On the 4th day, the last 10 will remain. On the last day, the geniuses of the last prodigy role will compete with the top 10 for the prodigy role. The host of the competition was a martial arts grandmaster from the palace, Bai Ping. He was a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster, and was extremely powerful. Although his voice was calm, his voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the public announcement stone in the square. Number 1, Han Ziming of the Green Jade Sect, and number 938, Yun Lai of the Qinghai Sect. After Bai Ping explained all the rules, the competition began. It was always the first number against the last number. This was also the earliest way to avoid the disciples of their own sects from colliding. This rule was also very reasonable. All the martial artists had already left the arena. A shadow appeared on the tall stage in an instant, floating lightly on the steps. Han Ziming of the Green Jade Sect. Han Ziming said coldly as he hovered above the arena. He was number 1 and was a Tier 3 martial arts grandmaster. His entire body emitted a shocking martial arts grandmaster aura. There was an unreasonable rule in the competition. The strongest family and sect would be at the front, and the weaker family and sect would be at the back. The strongest against the weakest. This was also a cruel competition. Although no one was convinced, this was a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, in the end, there were only 10 spots. Sooner or later, they would meet. Qinghai Sect's Yun Lai won admit defeat. Yun Lai flew onto the arena with an extremely ugly expression on his face. The other party was a rank 3 martial arts grandmaster, while he was only a rank 2 martial king. Wasn't this courting death? There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat like this. On the contrary, it was because his free and easy manner made people admire him. There's nothing interesting to see in the previous battles because there's no chance of a super genius fighting against the weakest. That's right. A martial arts grandmaster against a martial king is like an elephant crushing an ant. In the elimination round, it's better to watch in the middle because the strength in the middle is almost the same. This is also the most tragic. However, there are a few people this time who are very hopeful. You mean Li Lingtian and the super geniuses from the 4 sects and the 10 great families? Yes, I am. On the square, there was no interest in watching the previous matches. Basically, they all admitted defeat. In 10 minutes, there were already more than 20 martial artists who admitted defeat automatically. Misty Pavilion's 29th, Louis. South U Sect's 911th, Zhou Tian. Li Lingtian was not interested in these competitions at all. A martial arts grandmaster against a martial king would basically not compete. It was just a formality. However, at this moment, he opened his eyes. He did not know what the Misty Pavilion was thinking about when a Tier 9 warrior spirit came to participate in Louis's competition. Besides, he also wanted to see Louis's strength. Louis of the Misty Pavilion. Louis's petite and delicate body floated onto the stage. Her light clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Her entire body was emitting an icy cold aura. She was like an ice mountain fairy. Her eyes were not looking at the other party, but at the long sword in her hand. Goddess. So this is the number 1 beauty of the Misty Pavilion. As expected, he's not inferior to the eldest princess. The eldest princess and her each have their own merits. He's only a Tier 9 warrior spirit. Failure is inevitable. Louis's appearance immediately caused the entire square to boil. The beauty effect was the most eye-catching no matter which world it was. South U Sect's Zhou Tian, junior sister, should just admit defeat. Zhou Tian felt hopeless when he saw the warriors in front of him admit defeat. He did not expect his opponent to be a weak girl, and a Tier 9 warrior spirit at that. He was a Tier 4 warrior king, so defeating a Tier 9 warrior spirit would be a piece of cake for him. However, he did not want the warriors below the stage to attack him at this moment, so he acted like a gentleman. Get down. He didn't get a good impression from the beauty, but he got a cold sneer. This was a slap in the face. Just as he was thinking about how to defeat the beauty in front of him with ease, he suddenly felt a shocking sword intent bombarding him. The sword intent completely enveloped him. Immediately, dozens of sword lights tore through the space and smashed fiercely at him. Defend! Rumble! He was extremely shocked. Was this still a warrior spirit disciple? Such a powerful attack. Helpless, he used his strongest defense. However, in front of the sword light, his defense was like paper. It instantly shattered and he was ruthlessly knocked down from the stage. All right. The number 1 beauty of the Misty Pavilion is indeed powerful. She's beautiful and powerful. This is the perfect goddess. If you can take a look at me, it's worth it even if you die. The audience burst out in shock. A Tier 9 warrior spirit beauty had defeated a Tier 4 warrior king with one strike. She was beautiful and lovable, and she was not just a pretty face. Lu Yi wins. Bai Ping announced loudly. As long as there were no accidents, he could directly announce the winner and loser. Unless there were some difficult things to decide, he would let the 15 judges decide. There was no smile on Lu Yi's perfect little face, as if there was nothing in this world that was worth her attention. Even if she defeated a martial king with one strike, she did not show any emotion. However, when she felt a pair of eyes on her, she raised her head and looked into their eyes. Her heart instantly trembled. In her line of sight, a young man in white was staring at her with a faint smile. She was very familiar with this young man. Li Lingtian from Sky Cloud Sect had once saved her life. He did not expect to meet the young man at this place. Furthermore, he was standing on the stairs. He then noticed some of the dukes and marquises around Li Lingtian and knew about Li Lingtian's family background. He nodded gently in Li Lingtian's direction with a smile on his face before he left the arena. Her smile caused countless geniuses in the plaza to fall for her. They didn't know why this beauty was smiling. If someone knew that this beauty was smiling at a youth, who knew how many genius disciples would be heartbroken. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 Stunning Everyone 1 Chapter 114 Stunning Everyone 1 Next was Sky Cloud Sect's Super Genius. Just like before, the few martial arts grandmasters did not even have to compete before the opponent admitted defeat. Even if a few martial king's disciples relied on their powerful strength and weapon skills to defeat their opponents in one strike, they would still be able to defeat them. Sky Cloud Sect's number 40 Li Lingtian, White Cloud Gates number 898 Qing Yun. Bai Ping shouted loudly. When this voice sounded, the entire square immediately fell silent. Even the countless super experts on the steps were stunned. Li Lingtian? Li Lingtian, the heir of the Northern Marquis residence? He killed 24 rank 3 martial kings with one move and crippled Yang Haozong, a peak rank 9 martial king, with one move? Could it be Li Lingtian from Pingbei Marquis residence? Young noble Lingtian. 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 There was a brief silence before the square erupted into discussions and exclamations. Li Lingtian's reputation had been growing recently, and they did not expect him to participate in this competition. Following that, countless genius disciples who admired Li Lingtian and some young ladies were extremely excited. In an instant, young Master Lingtian's popularity reached its peak. Even countless super geniuses were jealous. The 10 great clans and the 3 great sects were also curious about how this young noble Lingtian was so popular. Even the 6 great young masters of Sky Dragon Empire did not have such popularity. Only Sky Cloud Sect and a few people knew that this young Master Lingtian was Li Lingtian from Marquis Pingbei's residence. Could it be him? Lu Yi was shocked when she heard the cheers in the square. Could this young Master Ling really be Li Lingtian? Big Brother Lingtian's popularity is really high. Tang Ziming had an excited smile on her face, and she was extremely happy. Tian Er's reputation isn't small. Qin Susu said happily beside Li Suifeng. She was satisfied with having such a son. If we have enough time, Sky Cloud Sect will also have a figure like the 6 great young masters. Lu Nantian was shocked. He had heard about Li Lingtian from the sect leader before he came. He did not expect Li Lingtian to become so popular in such a short period of time. After a long time, Li Lingtian was nowhere to be seen in the arena. There was only a 40-year-old middle-aged man who was a Tier 5 warrior king. Instantly, all the voices fell silent. Countless young girls and genius disciples who admired Li Lingtian were stunned. Could this middle-aged man be Li Lingtian? Looking at the appearance of this middle-aged man, He was even older than Marquis Pingbei, so he naturally couldn't be Marquis Pingbei Estate's young noble Ling Tian. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. At the same time, a shocking cold air enveloped the entire arena. A young man dressed in white flew over at an extremely fast speed. He couldn't see his appearance clearly, but he was sure that it was a white-robed youth. The white-robed youth appeared in the air above the arena. When he was in the air, he punched the arena fiercely. The arena had completely turned into a glacier. The Tier 5 martial king from the glacier had turned into an ice sculpture, and his face was filled with fear. Ah! This is young noble Ling Tian. It really is young noble Ling Tian. It was this attack that killed 24 Tier 3 martial kings outside the city gate. What a powerful and heaven-defying ice skill. I've finally seen young noble Ling Tian in person. Crash! With a loud explosion, the glacier shattered into pieces. Before the Tier 5 martial king, Qin Yun, had the chance to make a move, he was thrown off the stage. The glacier disappeared and Li Lingtian stood proudly on the arena. He was a handsome young man. His body exuded the aura of a powerhouse, completely inconsistent with his age. Immediately, all the martial artists were stunned. Li Lingtian wins. Bai Ping was startled awake. He did not expect that a dignified martial arts grandmaster like him would be shocked by a warrior spirit disciple. This warrior spirit disciple's ice-type martial soul was truly terrifying. With just one strike, a glacier was formed. It was almost instantaneous, and there was no time for him to circulate his martial arts. Only when one's martial soul reached the extreme would one have such ability. He had never thought that a youth could have such strength. This youth's cultivation was only a warrior spirit, but his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even if he was attacked by this glacier, he would have very little chance to react. Although he would not lose, he was still afraid to easily defeat this youth. Young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian, I love you. Young noble Ling Tian, one like you. Young noble Ling Tian is the most carefree. Countless young men and women cried out in surprise. Their excited looks made countless super geniuses envious and jealous. Clean and neat, elegant and unrestrained, with deep strength. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian nodded to his surroundings before he walked down the arena and strolled back up the steps. What a beautiful attack! No one below the martial arts grandmaster is his match. A 16-year-old Tier 9 warrior spirit with a terrifying ice-type martial soul. Sky Cloud Sect has produced a heaven-defying monster. On the stairs, the 10 families and the other 3 families congratulated Lu Nantian of Sky Cloud Sect with envy. By the time Li Lingtian returned to the stairs, Tang Ziming was already waiting at her seat. There were 5 seats in Marquis Pingbei's residence, and 2 of them were still vacant. Tang Ziming had a happy smile on her face. When Li Lingtian returned, she went up to him and held his arm with her little hand. She leaned her head on Li Lingtian's shoulder and looked extremely happy. In front of tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, she was not shy at all. On the contrary, she was even happier because she wanted everyone to know that she was Li Lingtian's fiancée. Big brother Lingtian, that move just now was so beautiful and too cool. Tang Ziming said happily as she sat down and leaned against Li Lingtian. He's just a martial king. Your brother Lingtian's goal is to be number 1 on the prodigy roll. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he gently caressed Tang Ziming's face. He then took out a few spirit fruits and enjoyed them while watching the competition below. Li Suifeng and his wife were also surrounded by a pile of spiritual fruits, which made them extremely envious. Li Lingtian was not interested in the other warriors' matches, but he had another match to attend today, so he could only wait here. There were countless gazes on him at all times. There were gazes of admiration, gazes of envy, and gazes of jealousy. "Is Uncle Tang over there?" Li Lingtian chatted with Tang Zimeng for a while before he suddenly thought of something. He had been back for quite some time now, yet he had not paid his future father-in-law a visit. It was rather rude of him to do so. "Yes, father and mother are over there." Tang Zimeng nodded and did not care at all. It was fine as long as brother Ling Tian was by her side. How rude. 1 foot 11 inches go over and say hello. Li Lingtian smiled wryly. When he saw Li Suifeng and Qin Susu's gaze, he felt awkward too. He then pulled Tang Zimeng toward the Tang family's table. "Ling Tian greets uncle and auntie." When Li Lingtian arrived in front of Tang Zicheng and the others, he regretted his decision. Why did he come all the way here? Was he just looking for trouble? "Greetings, Sister Blue Moon." He had never expected Tang Qinyue to be here. Wasn't Tang Qinyue in Sky Cloud sect? Why did she come back? Chapter 115 Chapter 115 Vermilion Fruit. Chapter 115 Vermilion Fruit. Ever since he went to look for Tang Zimeng and met Tang Qinyue, he did not dare to see her anymore. "Tian, you don't have to be so distant in front of uncle. Come and sit here." Tang Zicheng also looked happy. He was also very envious that the Li family had such a heaven-defying monster. Then, when he thought that this monster would be his future son-in-law, he was even happier. After witnessing Li Lingtian's abilities and the rumors about him, they were extremely pleased with the young man. The couple was still talking about Li Lingtian just now. Then, he pointed at the seat beside him and gestured for Li Lingtian to sit next to him. "What? Don't tell me I'll eat you?" Li Lingtian was in a dilemma. There was an empty seat beside Tang Zimeng's mother, but he could not sit there. On the other hand, there was an empty seat beside Tang Zicheng, but Tang Qinyue was next to it. Tang Qinyue smiled when she saw Li Lingtian's expression and thought of how he had fled a while ago. No. Li Lingtian finally realized that there were times when he was afraid of people. He was not afraid of anything. He was a martial arts grandmaster or martial king, but he was a little afraid of Tang Qinyue. After saying that, she quickly calmed herself down and sat in the seat between Tang Zicheng and Tang Qinyue. Tang Zimeng sat next to her mother's blue screen and looked at brother Ling Tian in confusion. Tang Zicheng and Lan Ping could see the awkwardness between Li Lingtian and Tang Qinyue. They did not know why the young man was avoiding Tang Qinyue. Tang Qinyue and Tang Zimeng were their precious children. Tang Zimeng and Li Lingtian had been engaged to each other since they were young and their relationship was very good. Tang Qinyue's wedding was not held in Green Island. This was a regret for the couple, but some things were beyond their control. Uncle, auntie, Li Lingtian did not pay his respects when he returned a while ago. Please forgive him. Li Lingtian quickly tried to find a topic to avoid awkwardness again. However, even though he was speaking, he felt awkward. This sister beside him had really caused him a lot of trouble. He was traumatized. "Tian, don't be so formal in front of uncle and auntie. A son-in-law is half a son, it's not good to be so formal." Lan Ping was the first to speak. She was extremely satisfied with this future female cultivator. The Tang family and the Li family, the Qin family and the Lan family, these four families had always had a good relationship. Otherwise, they would not have married. Moreover, only the four clans could survive in Sky Dragon Empire. Otherwise, the status of the four clans would have gone downhill long ago. "Oh right, Auntie, Tian went to Hidden Dragon Island last time and got some fruit. Auntie will definitely like these fruit." Li Lingtian took out some spirit fruits and a vermilion fruit. This vermilion fruit was also 500 years old and had the effect of retaining one's youth. Vermilion fruit. 500-year-old vermilion fruit. Lan Ping was overjoyed when he saw the vermilion fruit in Li Lingtian's hand. The Tang family did not lack anything, but they had seen a 500-year-old vermilion fruit before. Moreover, to beautiful women, beauty was something they were most interested in. When he saw this vermilion fruit, he couldn't help but reach out and take it as if he had seen a treasure. Tang Zicheng shook his head helplessly when he saw his wife's expression. Women would go crazy when they saw something that could make them look beautiful. Tang Qingyue was also stunned. She didn't expect this kid to have such a treasure. She was envious. If he had such a fruit when he was 18, he would be able to retain his youth and look like this forever. Li Lingtian and Tang Zicheng exchanged a glance, revealing a friendly look between men. They were speechless when they saw a woman doing this for her looks. However, when he turned around, he was stunned to see a fair hand reaching out in front of him. Who else could this hand be but Tang Qingyue's? Why didn't she think of her sister? She should be called her sister-in-law. Tang Qingyue did not say anything, but she smiled. The smug look in her eyes almost made Li Lingtian break down. Sister Qingyue naturally has it. A beautiful girl like Sister Qingyue naturally needs to stay young forever. Li Lingtian took out a 500-year-old vermilion fruit from the divine dragon ring and handed it to Tang Qingyue. She then retracted her hand. Li Lingtian and Tang Zicheng were having a good chat while Tang Ziming and her two daughters listened to their conversation with a faint smile on their faces. However, Li Lingtian did not dare to look at Tang Qingyue. Big brother Lingtian, are you afraid of big sister? Even though Tang Ziming was only 16 years old, she was not stupid. She saw that Li Lingtian had not dared to look at her sister, so there must be something going on between them. It was just like how brother Lingtian had gone after the eldest princess in Sky Cloud sect. I'm not afraid. Why would I be afraid of her? Li Lingtian kept shaking his head in guilt. Even Tang Zicheng and his wife could tell that Li Lingtian was feeling guilty, let alone trying to hide it from Tang Ziming. Tang Zicheng and his wife immediately felt uneasy. If Li Lingtian and Blue Moon were somehow related, things would be troublesome. They were not afraid of Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming's relationship because it was normal to have multiple wives in this world. However, they could not decide on Tang Qingyue's marriage. Aren't you afraid? Why did you run away that day? Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. He could only smile bitterly as he sat in his seat without saying a word. He did not expect Tang Qingyue to say it out loud. Tang Zicheng, his wife, and Tang Ziming looked at Li Lingtian before shifting their gaze to Tang Qingyue. Father, mother, Meng, the last time at Sky Cloud sect, brother Lingtian went to look for Meng, but Meng had already returned. I was joking at that time. Tang Qingyue transmitted her voice and recounted what happened at Sky Cloud sect. Although Li Lingtian could not hear it, he could tell from the smiles on Tang Zicheng, and Tang Ziming's faces that Tang Qingyue had told him about her embarrassing situation. Big brother Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of my big sister. It's a pity that my big sister already has a fiancé. Otherwise you wouldn't dare to bully me in the future. Tang Ziming burst into laughter when she heard that. Li Lingtian could only remain speechless and embarrassed. He also understood what Tang Ziming meant. If his sister was not married, she would not mind her sister marrying him. When he thought of the two beautiful sisters marrying him, his blood boiled, but he immediately extinguished the thought. He could choose not to interfere with Tang Qingyue's marriage. Even in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, not many people would dare to interfere, let alone a warrior spirit disciple like him. Little girl, what did you say? Tang Qingyue blushed and glared at Tang Ziming. The couple felt happy and harmonious. Tang Zicheng and his wife wanted to laugh, but as elders they had to pay attention to their image. Chapter 116 Emperor Grade Spirit Tool. Chapter 116 Emperor-grade spirit tool. He did not expect that this heaven-defying monster would actually have someone he was afraid of. They understood that this was not fear but a form of etiquette, a gentleman's etiquette. This proved that Li Lingtian was not a fickle youth. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of Tang Qingyue. Time passed very quickly. The first round of the competition had ended, and the ordinary martial artists had been eliminated. Originally, there were 938 martial artists participating in the competition, but now there were only 479 martial artists left. Now, half of the 479 martial artists would be eliminated. After the second round, there would be no more competition for today. The second round of the competition begins. Number 1, Han Ziming. Number 671, Zhao Ning. Bai Ping shouted loudly. Every time the martial artists at the front competed, there was basically nothing to watch because the martial artists at the front were the most powerful and the ones at the back were the worst. Similarly, just like the first round of the competition, the first 4 sects basically did not eliminate anyone, and the top 10 families did not eliminate many. Soon, it was Li Lingtian's turn to compete. Li Lingtian's appearance brought cheers to the square. In the first round, he defeated a Tier 5 martial king with 1 strike. In the second round, he also defeated a Tier 5 martial king with 1 Ice Soul Divine Fist. It was easy. After the second round, Li Lingtian, Li Suifeng, and his wife excused themselves. Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue, Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping, as well as Tang Qingyue's maid, Xiao Lingling, also left the stairs. Li Lingtian's opponent was not a warrior on the spot but a powerhouse from the previous prodigy role. The competition here was only to fight for a spot in the last prodigy role battle. Moreover, the 4 great sects and the 10 great families each had a super genius who had not made a move. Since they would only fight on the 4th day, Li Lingtian would not be in the mood to pay attention to them if they did not fight. As they left the plaza, countless warriors greeted Li Lingtian, who nodded in return. It took Li Lingtian and the others a full 10 minutes to leave the plaza. "Big brother Lingtian, where are we going to play?" Tang Ziming held onto Li Lingtian's arm as she raised her head and asked in a coquettish voice. The competition this time had nothing to do with her. She was only concerned about Li Lingtian's victory and her being together with him. "I heard that there's a newly opened market in the Eastern District. Let's go there and see if there's anything good there. Sister Blue Moon, do you want to go?" Li Lingtian realized that there was nothing he could do now. With Tang Ziming by his side, it was impossible for him to do anything even if he wanted to. After saying that, he looked at Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue followed him out. He had to ask about the market with Tang Ziming. "Of course I'm going. Are you trying to trick my sister?" Tang Qingyue was stunned. This kid actually treated her as an outsider. She was slightly angry. "Lure Meng Meng away? Meng Meng is my fiancé." Li Lingtian was stunned. This was an excuse, a blatant excuse. Tang Ziming was his fiancé, why would he lie to her? He cursed himself in his heart. TM such AB asterisk TCH. Why did one ask Tang Qingyue for no reason? Now that I have Tang Qingyue by my side, will I still be natural? However, he did not show any emotion on his face. He then brought Tang Ziming and her sister towards the east side of the city. It was still early, and they could not enjoy the scenery outside by taking the beast carriage. Li Xiaoxiao and the other 2 followed behind him, chatting and laughing. They understood what was going on when they saw Li Lingtian's unnatural expression. Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's hand while Tang Qingyue stood on his other side. Among the 5 beauties, Li Lingtian was the only young man who was enviable. He knew his own suffering, but Li Lingtian felt both bitterness and sweetness in his heart. It was only 100 miles from the square to the city square in the eastern part of the city. They were all warriors, and the 3 maids were Tier 5 warriors and above. This distance was nothing. After an hour, they finally arrived at the market called Tianming. The market occupied a large area and there were countless martial artists trading inside. In the past, he had always regarded the market as very mysterious. However, after he had been to the market a few times, he had a very appropriate description of the market. That was, the market was just like the wet market. It was even noisier and more chaotic than the wet market. There were items placed by warriors everywhere. They used a piece of beast skin to place the items they wanted to sell on top of the beast skin. It was the same everywhere. When Li Lingtian and the others arrived, they were all smiling with malicious eyes. A young man accompanied by several beautiful girls, wouldn't that make people go crazy? Young master, this is 100-year-old flavescent ginseng. It only costs 300 spirit stones. Take a look and see if you need anything. Miss, this is an accessory for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It's very cheap. Countless warriors were promoting their items, but Li Lingtian and the others only passed by them in a flash. They did not even notice anything. The few of them strolled around for a full half an hour. They had explored the entire market, but there was nothing good. Although there were some rare herbs, spirit weapons, and even profound weapons, Li Lingtian was not interested in any of them. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed that a group of people were discussing animatedly. This is a monarch-level spirit weapon. The price is 200,000. A loud voice was heard and Li Lingtian was stunned. It was an imperial spiritual weapon. Wasn't this nonsense? An imperial level was an imperial level. How could there be an imperial-level spirit weapon? He was extremely curious. If there really was a spirit weapon of the imperial level, then it would be a huge hit. A spirit weapon of the imperial level was equivalent to a profound weapon and was suitable for martial artists and martial spirits to use. This was because very few warriors and warrior spirits used profound armament. The main reason was that their cultivation was not high enough to control profound armament. If there was a monarch-level spiritual weapon, it would be the same as a warrior using a profound armament. Upon hearing the voice, Li Lingtian strolled forward while Tang Qingyue and the others followed suit. Although they were rich young ladies, they rarely came out to play. Naturally, they were very curious. Now that there was such an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. What is it? A monarch-grade spirit weapon? That's impossible, right? Even if there's a monarch-grade spirit weapon, it wouldn't be worth 200,000. Those who can take out 200,000 are already warrior spirits and martial kings, who would still use a spirit weapon. Don't cheat people anymore. No one wants you to be this weapon. Some warriors were discussing animatedly. Indeed, even if a martial king expert had money, they would not buy a spirit weapon. They would only buy profound armaments to strengthen themselves. What do you know? You can buy this emperor-grade spirit weapon for your disciples to use. The loud voice sounded again. There was not much rebuttal to the discussions of the other martial artists, because what these martial artists said was the truth. Let me see. Li Lingtian walked up to the warriors and saw some herbs and weapons on the ground. Most of them were materials for refining. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Young Master Tianmu. Chapter 117 Young Master Tianmu. There was also a green longsword. The green longsword was emitting a dense spirit weapon. This spirit weapon had reached the peak of peerless grade. No wonder it was called an emperor-grade spirit weapon. Sir, please take a look. The owner of the longsword was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His entire body emitted a unique aura that was somewhat similar to this longsword. Li Lingtian was shocked. To be able to refine an imperial spirit weapon was truly heaven-defying. He was an alchemist, so he had an understanding of his own aura and medicinal pills. It was not difficult to imagine that this spirit weapon longsword was refined by this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was pleased to see that someone was interested in the longsword. However, he could not help but feel disappointed when he saw that Li Lingtian was only a warrior spirit. How many spirit stones? One wanted. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to wipe the aura from the sword. He was extremely satisfied with the quality of the sword. It was definitely an imperial spiritual weapon. He did not need a spiritual weapon, but Tang Ziming could use it. With Tang Ziming's cultivation, she could use this spiritual weapon for a period of time. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face. He did not know if this youth would take out 200,000 yuan. If he had 200,000 yuan, he could buy some good materials and refine better spirit weapons. He might even be able to refine profound-level weapons. Alright, deal. Li Lingtian nodded. It was worth it to buy a spiritual weapon for 200,000. The main point was that this spiritual weapon was for Tang Ziming, so it was worth it no matter how many spiritual stones it cost. Slow down. This young master wants this spirit tool. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked at the owner of the voice and saw an elegant young man walking over. The young man looked 24 or 25 years old, and he had a smile on his face. He looked extremely carefree, and he was definitely an existence that could charm thousands of women in the world. However, Li Lingtian was delighted to see that the girls around him did not show any sign of emotion, as if they had just seen a stranger on the roadside. No man wanted to see the woman beside him attracted to another man. He was a man, so naturally it was the same. Tang Qinyue, his fiancée, and even the three maids did not look at the young man. However, the young man in blue was attracted by Tang Qinyue and Tang Ziming's beauty. He walked up with a confident smile on his face. Isn't this Blue Moon? Is this Sister Tang Ziming? The young man acted as if he was familiar with them as he stared at Tang Qinyue and Tang Ziming, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. You didn't call Blue Moon by her name. I'm not your sister. Tang Qinyue and Tang Ziming spoke at the same time, causing the young man to feel awkward. He didn't expect two peerless beauties to reject him. This was the first time a girl had rejected him. Young Master Tianmu. It's young Master Tianmu. Young Master Tianmu of the 6 great young masters. Someone recognized this young man. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This young man was one of the 6 young masters on the prodigy roll. Everyone was fooled by the appearance of young Master Tianmu. Young Master Tianmu had been famous for more than 10 years. He was a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster, and was almost 40 years old. However, his cultivation was deep and he became a martial arts grandmaster at the age of 25 or 26. Therefore, his appearance was fixed at the age of 25 or 26. This young master wants this spirit tool. Does Blue Moon want it, or does Sister Tang Ziming want it? Young Master Tianmu's skin was even thicker than his. He actually had the cheek to call Tang Ziming his sister. This spirit weapon was bought by my big brother Ling Tian first. I'll say it again, don't try to curry favor here. Tang Ziming was direct, and did not give young Master Tianmu any face at all. Her brother Ling Tian was the one who bid first, so there was no need for young Master Tianmu to fawn over her. This must be the heir of Marquis Pingbei, who has become famous recently. I want this spirit weapon. This young master can give you 3 times the price. You can earn 400,000 with just a resell. Isn't that a good thing? Young Master Tianmu then turned to look at Li Lingtian. However, when he saw Tang Ziming's little hand holding Li Lingtian's arm, a murderous intent surged in his heart. The woman he had set his eyes on was actually holding another young man. However, he still looked like a modest gentleman and raised the price. This way, he could show off his strength and gain the favor of the beauty. He would not let go of the opportunity to insult the youth in front of him. Young Master Tianmu, right? You are young Master Tianmu. Li Lingtian looked surprised and exaggerated, as if he had just met his idol. Young Master Tianmu felt extremely pleased. The other cultivators all had looks of disdain on their faces. Seeing young Master Tianmu, even his own girl was being hit on by someone else, yet he still looked so worshipful. Tang Qingyue was stunned as well. She did not know what was going on. Li Lingtian did not have to do this, did he? Only Tang Zimeng, Qingping, and Li Xiaoxiao knew that Li Lingtian was putting on an act. The three ladies were all excited as they cooperated with Li Lingtian's act. They wanted to see the expression on young Master Tianmu's face. No one in Sky Dragon City would dare to make a move. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's strength was extremely profound and they were full of confidence in him. That's right, this young master is young Master Tianmu. It's good that you know this young master. And it's still 3 times the price. One want this spiritual weapon. Young Master Tianmu had an arrogant look on his face. He then glanced at Tang Qingyue and Tang Zimeng as if he was showing off. It's really young Master Tianmu. You motherf asterisk cur. I really don't believe that the 6 young masters are so trash. If they were all like you, I would be so f asterisk eking unlucky to have met such trash like you. What 6 great young masters? You're f asterisk eking insulting the reputation of the 6 great young masters. Look at yourself. You're like a pig's head. I thought you were some good bird. 1 foot 11 inches give you 10 times the spirit stones. I'll smash your mother to death. Get out of here and don't insult my sight. At first, Li Lingtian was calm as if he was in awe. Young Master Tianmu's face was still smug, but as he listened to the rest, his face turned green and purple. Everyone was stunned. So this young man was toying with young Master Tianmu. He even dared to curse young Master Tianmu. If young Master Tianmu was trash, then who in this world wasn't trash? Silence, silence. Everyone in the market knew about what had happened, but they were shocked by Li Lingtian's words. Unforgivable! You're courting death. How dare you insult me? 1 foot 11 inches f asterisk eking tear you apart. Young Master Tianmu's expression changed drastically. So this young man had been insulting him all this while. He actually treated the insult as someone else's worship of him. How f asterisk eking embarrassing. Chapter 118 Chapter 118, Robbing 20 Million. Chapter 118, Robbing 20 Million. How could he tolerate such a thing? He could no longer care about his image as he cursed out loud. The aura around his body surged as if he was going to tear Li Lingtian apart. Boom! A shocking pressure covered the entire market. A 5th-level martial arts grandmaster super genius, a top-notch expert on the prodigy role. This kind of pressure after being exposed made everyone unable to withstand it and were all suppressed. Li Lingtian continued to resist the pressure, but the smile on his face did not fade. A faint aura enveloped Tang Qingyue and the others so that they would not be crushed by the pressure of the martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. Fuck, do you want to fight? Li Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. He looked at young Master Tianmu's coercion with disdain, as if he was watching a monkey's trick. This situation rendered everyone speechless and infuriated young Master Tianmu even more. The other party had already displayed a shocking pressure and wanted to tear him apart after being furious, but he said that the other party did not want to fight. What kind of quality was this? Damn it, if I don't tear you into pieces today, I'm not young Master Tianmu. Young Master Tianmu was so angry that he almost spat out blood. How could he have encountered such a supreme treasure? The more he was like this, the more powerful the aura around him became. All the warriors were extremely afraid. A genius on the prodigy role could kill everyone here with a casual attack. Even if they were killed, they would die in vain. Tang Qingyue was also shocked. What shocked her even more was Li Lingtian's aura. Although it was not strong, it was able to withstand his opponent's pressure. You like to fight, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. I'll see if you have the face to call me young Master Tianmu in the future. Li Lingtian said calmly as his eyes flashed. He released his divine consciousness and the space trembled. A shocking pressure burst forth. The presence of the demonic power immediately suppressed the atmosphere in the market. Multicolored beast. A 4th tier, 4th level multicolored beast. There's a tier 4 multicolored beast. No wonder he's so fearless. A tall demonic beast appeared in the market. All the warriors were shocked. Young Master Tianmu was also stunned. A 4th tier demonic beast was terrifying. However, he was confident that he could kill this demonic beast. The killing intent on his face became even stronger because he would have a powerful combat partner now. Good. I didn't expect there to be a 4th tier demonic beast. This young master will subdue it first before dealing with you. Young Master Tianmu looked at the big multicolored beast with excitement in his eyes. His evil gaze swept across Tang Ziming and Tang Qinyue. You're still trying to act cool even in death. Let's see how you're going to act cool. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He released his divine consciousness and the space fluctuated once again. Scared. There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Another huge demonic beast appeared in the market. This time, it was a 4th tier, 7th tier jade-eyed beast. A 4th tier, 7th tier blue-eyed beast was equivalent to a 7th tier martial arts grandmaster, and it had even surpassed that. Jade-eyed beast, 4th step 7th rank jade-eyed beast. What a powerful aura! How can he have 2 tier 4 demonic beasts at once? All the warriors were shocked. Even Tang Ziming and her sister were shocked by Li Lingtian's many tricks. In the divine martial continent, it was considered a luxury for a warrior to have a demonic beast as a combat partner. Moreover, they had to sign a contract with the demonic beast. Each warrior could only sign a contract with one demonic beast. However, not only did Li Lingtian have a tier 4 mystical beast in the warrior spirit stage, he had also brought out 2 tier 4 mystical beasts. Young Master Tianmu's expression froze for a moment before it turned terrifying. This 4th order, 7th grade demonic beast was no ordinary demonic beast. It was much stronger than other demonic beasts. Even if he risked his life, he would not be a match for this grade 7 demonic beast, not to mention that there was a multicolored beast eyeing him covetously. Although he was a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster and a super expert on the prodigy role, he could not bear to face 2 tier 4 demonic beasts at the same time. Moreover, he was going to accept the challenge in the next 2 days. If he was injured, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. For a moment, he hesitated. If he didn't make a move, he would lose face. If he were to make a move, he did not have much confidence. Even if he killed the 2 demonic beasts, he would still be heavily injured. It was already impossible for him to protect the prodigy role. Young Master Tianmu, how is it? Why aren't you making a move? Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at young Master Tianmu. The latter's expression turned even uglier. He had just boasted shamelessly about tearing Li Lingtian apart, but now, he was in a difficult position. Li Lingtian, right? You're amazing today. If you're so capable, go to the arena. Young Master Tianmu's expression kept changing. In the end, he was still thick-skinned enough to show off. Suddenly, all the warriors felt how shameless he was. The 6 young masters' faces were all thrown away by him alone. Arena? Do you have the guts to go up? I'm in a good mood today. You can get lost. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors around him. It would not do him any good if this continued. Besides, the 6 young masters were all Sky Dragon Empire's super geniuses with strong backers. He would kill them in the arena when the time came. Ben. Young Master Tianmu snorted coldly and was about to leave. He wanted to call him young master, but thinking of what he had just said, it would be a slap to his face if he called him young master. After saying one word, he stopped. All the cultivators were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. This made young Master Tianmu even more miserable. Didn't you want to give this spirit tool to my woman? I'll give you a chance to buy it for 100 times. When Li Lingtian saw that young Master Tianmu was about to leave, he shouted to stop him. However, everyone was stunned when they heard his word. At first, young Master Tianmu addressed him as young master, which was a slap to Li Lingtian's face. Back then, Li Lingtian addressed him as your father, but now that young Master Tianmu dared not address him as young master, Li Lingtian addressed him as young master. 100 times. 20 million. All the cultivators present were shocked. A monarch-grade spirit weapon cost 20 million? Wasn't this robbing young Master Tianmu? They looked at young Master Tianmu and Li Lingtian in amusement. Young Master Tianmu's face was filled with rage and he was on the verge of tearing Li Lingtian apart. Chapter 119 Chapter 119 Assassination. Chapter 119 Assassination. However, with two powerful demonic beasts eyeing him covetously, how could he still dare to lose face? He could only admit it. 20 million. Here you go. It's best if you don't meet me in the arena. Young Master Tianmu took out 20 million low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. His heart ached. This 20 million was all he had. He was here to find a treasure, but now he was robbed like this. He took out the spirit stones, turned around, and left. He came with great momentum and left miserably, looking extremely miserable. Meng Meng, 1 foot 11 inches, let you use this spiritual weapon for a while. I'll give you a profound level weapon when the time comes. Li Lingtian took out 200,000 spiritual stones and handed it to the owner of the spiritual weapon before handing it to Tang Zimeng. Thank you, big brother Lingtian. Tang Zimeng happily accepted the spirit weapon and kept it like a treasure. Everything Li Lingtian gave her was the best. Yes. The air trembled. The multicolored beast and the jade-eyed beast had already disappeared into the divine dragon ring. The oppressive demonic aura here also slowly dissipated. The pressure on all the martial artists disappeared as well, and their faces turned pale. This young noble Lingtian was indeed overbearing. Even young noble Tianmu of the 6 young noble families was covered in dirt. He was robbed of 20 million spirit stones. Even a super family or sect might not make that much profit in a year. However, in front of Li Lingtian, he had taken away 20 million in just a minute. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the others left the market under envious gazes. Li Lingtian's reputation had grown even more. Even young Master Tianmu, one of the 6 young masters, had been fooled by him. The few of them strolled along the street until the sky darkened before they prepared to go back. Meng Meng, 1 foot 11 inches, go back first. Sister Qingyue, Meng Meng, see you tomorrow. After Li Lingtian sent the 2 sisters to the Tang family mansion, he bade them farewell and led Li Xiaoxiao toward the Marquis mansion. The 2 sisters watched as Li Lingtian disappeared before entering the mansion. They were shocked by Li Lingtian's method. Young master, you've offended that young Master Tianmu. You have to be careful. You're not allowed to use demonic beasts to fight in the arena. Li Xiaoxiao said earnestly as she walked beside Li Lingtian. Their relationship was more like brother and sister rather than master and servant. In the marquisdom, Qin Susu treated Li Xiaoxiao as if she was her own daughter. In the past, Li Xiaoxiao was always with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's consolation was also her greatest concern. She had witnessed Li Lingtian's sky-turning palm at the mountaintop and learned a little about Li Lingtian's abilities. But what kind of people were the 6 young masters? They were all heaven-defying experts. It could be said that there were very few people below the martial emperor realm who could match them. It's fine. He's just a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster. He'll be lucky if he doesn't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make him regret ever coming to this world. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone as his body exuded a powerful aura. He had even killed the martial emperor wind demon he had encountered previously, let alone a martial grandmaster. Although he had only forcefully used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, if he really provoked him, there was no harm in using it again. The two of them walked at a moderate pace. The Tang clan was still over 30 li away from the Marquis Manor, but the two of them did not use a beast carriage. It was as if they were taking a stroll. The sky had completely darkened, and there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Only the restaurants and fireworks were still brightly lit. At that moment Li Lingtian frowned. Murderous intent surged in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Then, he secretly calculated in his heart and brought Li Xiaoxiao to a more remote street. Li Xiaoxiao was also puzzled. Half an hour later, the street that Li Lingtian chose was deserted. The entire street was quiet. Moreover, there was also an oppressive aura that seemed extremely bleak. Seeing such a situation, Li Xiaoxiao also felt afraid. Girls were naturally afraid of the dark, and on such a quiet street, it was a dark and windy night. As a young girl, she was naturally extremely afraid. Her little hand tugged at Li Lingtian's sleeve unconsciously. Like a little bird, she followed Li Lingtian closely. "Come out. Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks with a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had eyes behind him that allowed him to see the situation behind him clearly. 6 figures shot out from the sky and arrived 50 meters behind Li Lingtian in an instant. Among the 6 black-clothed and masked warriors, 5 were Tier 3 martial arts grandmasters, while the last one was a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. The man came behind Li Lingtian and pressed down on him with his aura without any hesitation. "Hand over the ice and fire ring and I'll give you a quick death," the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster said coldly. However, his hands did not stop. One by one, strange and mysterious seals were executed. The other 5 martial arts grandmasters also cooperated seamlessly. The entire street was on the verge of exploding. All the people in the pavilions and palaces felt this destructive aura, but no one dared to come out and investigate. In the sky, destructive forces gathered together. As long as Li Lingtian made a move, he would be met with a devastating blow. "Ice and fire ring, do you want it? But it depends on whether you have the ability. I brought you here, so I have the confidence to kill you," Li Lingtian said coldly. He had noticed that someone was following them from the start, but he did not expect a Tier 6 warrior ascendant. However, he did not regret it at all. If he did not lure these people out, he would be in trouble if he sneaked an attack. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He would rather face a direct attack from a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse than be ambushed by a warrior spirit disciple. With that said, he activated his divine consciousness and the space fluctuated. A tall multicolored beast and a jade-eyed beast appeared before Li Lingtian, their bodies exuding an astonishing demonic power. There was also a snow-white rabbit in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian handed Little White to Li Xiaoxiao. Little White's defense and strength were enough to withstand the sneak attacks of these martial arts grandmasters. As long as the jade-eyed beast could restrain a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster and the multicolored beast could restrain a martial arts grandmaster, he would not be afraid of the other martial arts grandmasters. 4th rank demonic beast. The few martial arts grandmasters were shocked. Although they could not see their expressions, they could tell from their voices that the warriors were surprised. It was obvious that they did not know Li Lingtian had a mystical beast. "Let's do it," Let's end this quickly. Kill him, take the ice and fire ring, and leave Sky Dragon City in case the Imperial family comes. The Tier 6 martial arts Grandmaster was shocked as well. With that said, he clapped his hand and a shocking attack was hurled at Li Lingtian. The force tore through space and arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 The Power of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 120 The Power of Heaven and Earth. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the jade-eyed beast's huge claws met the attack fiercely. Instantly, the rank 6 martial arts grandmaster and the jade-eyed beast fought fiercely. The other Wu Zongs attacked Li Lingtian at the same time. 5 powerful attacks came at him with a tearing sound. Bang! The multicolored beast leaped forward and pounced on the 5 martial arts grandmasters. Li Lingtian remained motionless as he unleashed an Ice Vitality Divine Fist. Instantly, a shocking cold air burst out. A huge glacier appeared on the street and the air froze. Rumble! Crash! The multicolored beast blocked one martial arts grandmaster expert, while the attacks of the other 4 martial arts grandmaster experts struck the glacier. The glacier shattered into pieces and disappeared on the ground. Heaven and earth burning. At the same time, Li Lingtian knew that the Ice Vitality Divine Fist could not withstand the attacks of these grandmasters. He immediately unleashed Heaven and Earth Conflagration. One was ice and the other was fire. 2 completely different martial soul attributes appeared on Li Lingtian's body. A raging flame with a radius of 100 meters appeared in front of Li Lingtian and pressed down on the warrior ascendant powerhouse. Shield of Invincibility. Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. Exploding Heavenly Shield. 9 Emperor's Finger. The Rock of Earth. The 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were extremely shocked when they saw the earth-shattering flames. This attack was actually an Earth-rank skill. Weren't Earth-rank skills only cultivated by martial artists who were martial kings and above? How did it appear on a warrior spirit disciple? However, there was no time for them to be shocked. If they were not on guard, they would be killed by this flame. He circulated the true essence in his entire body to the limit and displayed his strongest defense. Rumble! Rumble! The shocking heaven and earth conflagration collided with the 4 powerful defenses, creating a shocking explosion. Immediately, countless experts in Sky Dragon City were alarmed. They were all shocked when they felt the shocking tremors. They did not expect that there would be a super martial arts grandmaster fighting in Sky Dragon City. Deng deng deng. Li Lingtian took a few steps back and the heaven and earth burning flames vanished. The 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, as if they had been struck by lightning. At this moment, the 4 martial arts grandmasters did not look like martial arts grandmasters at all. They were completely like a difficult person to deal with. In the other 2 areas, the multicolored beast was already suppressing a rank 3 martial arts grandmaster, while the jade-eyed beast was also fighting a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. Hurry up and do it. Someone is coming. The Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster also noticed the situation here and ordered loudly. If they were discovered by the people of Sky Dragon City, they would not be able to leave. Heaven and earth will collapse. Go to hell. Li Lingtian's fist landed on the bluestone street. Immediately, a destructive aura surged toward the 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. If it was just a Tier 3 martial arts grandmaster, he could definitely kill him. However, if 4 Tier 4 martial arts grandmasters joined forces, he would not be able to do anything at the moment. Rumble! Rumble! Another explosion sounded. The 4 martial arts grandmasters kept attacking to deal with the earth-shattering attack. They were extremely shocked. Was this youth still human? There were countless earth-rank skills, and his cultivation was extremely deep. It had already surpassed the realm of warrior spirits, and even the realm of warrior kings. Even the cultivation of martial grandmasters was so deep. Heavenly slash. Violent flame saber. Heaven-destroying finger. 9 Heaven's Tyrant Heaven technique. Taking advantage of Li Lingtian's attack, the 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses unleashed their most powerful attack. They wanted to kill Li Lingtian in one blow and snatch Li Lingtian's storage pouch. Li Xiaoxiao retreated to the side as she watched the battle between the martial arts grandmaster and Li Lingtian in horror. She was shocked that her young master's strength was too terrifying. What made her even more surprised was that the snow-white rabbit in her arms actually emitted a strange aura that enveloped her. She actually could not feel the pressure of a martial arts grandmaster outside at all. Heaven flipping seal, earth force, Li Lingtian said coldly. His aura suddenly changed and became ethereal as if he had merged with the world. His right hand continued to move. Every time he moved, the power between heaven and earth became stronger. Instantly, countless experts from Sky Dragon City rushed over. Not good, quickly separate. Seeing the giant palm in the sky gather, the few martial arts grandmasters were shocked to death. Although this palm was an earth-grade skill, it had already come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. They did not dare to easily block it. It's not that easy to leave. Li Lingtian's hand seals moved quickly and the power in the sky grew stronger. A 10-meter-long hand seal grew larger and larger. Countless warriors in Sky Dragon City saw this hand seal and felt the pressure between heaven and earth. Die! Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the huge palm print smashed down fiercely. The 4 martial artists revealed a look of despair and used all the true qi in their bodies, hoping to resist this attack. However, he was disappointed that the power that he used to be proud of had become so insignificant in front of this hand seal. There was not the slightest scream. 4 martial arts grandmasters fell, and a shocking spiritual energy burst out. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, exterminate! Li Lingtian did not want anyone else to watch him in the middle of his battle. After he had finished casting the sky-turning palm, he unleashed the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. He transformed into a gust of wind, and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd, which was accompanied by a shocking dragon energy, attacked the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. Heaven and Earth energy. The Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was suppressed by the jade-eyed beast. His divine consciousness was also on Li Lingtian's side. He did not expect Li Lingtian to kill 4 martial arts grandmasters in one blow. He had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, a destructive aura blasted over. He was attacked from both front and back, so he could only use the forbidden technique of a martial arts grandmaster to block it. A martial arts grandmaster's forbidden technique defense was something that a martial arts grandmaster could not break through. However, when the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster saw his brother controlling the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, his eyes revealed a look of confusion, followed by despair, and finally, his eyes turned ashen. He did not know how his defense was broken by a warrior spirit until his death, but no one told him why. Die! Li Lingtian did not stop after killing a Tier 6 warrior ascendant. He moved his body and unleashed his Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd at the remaining Tier 3 warrior ascendant. The emerald-eyed beast and multicolored beast also attacked the warrior ascendant. Without any suspense, the battle ended with a single strike. 5 Rank 3 martial arts grandmasters and 1 Rank 6 martial art grandmaster were killed in less than a minute. Let's go! Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly collected the storage pouches and weapons of the grandmasters. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he stored the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast into the divine dragon ring. He stretched out his hand and pulled Li Xiaoxiao. His body flashed quickly, turning into a breeze and flying towards the end of the street. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night. Chapter 121 Chapter 121 Purple Jade Token Appearance. Chapter 121 Purple Jade Token Appearance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Li Lingtian and his companion disappeared at the end of the street, dozens of powerhouses flew over. They were shocked when they saw the situation on the street. Immediately after, countless cultivators flew over, all of them looking at the destruction caused by the battle in shock. What kind of power could destroy the Bluestone Street to such an extent? That aura just now is the same as the Ice Martial Soul at the city gate. And that handprint, I've seen it at the peak of the Cloud Dragon stream. Could it be that that person is fighting here? What a fast speed! He finished the battle in such a short time. The timing is so precise. Instantly, countless warriors began to discuss among themselves. Their target was Li Lingtian because the aura had appeared on Li Lingtian before. Till go and see who these people are. They dare to cause trouble in Sky Dragon City. Nangong Wudi's expression was uncertain. As a member of the royal family, someone actually caused trouble in the Imperial City. Wasn't this looking down on the dynasty? With a flash, he landed on the 6 corpses below. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of worry because the 6 corpses no longer had any vitality. However, when they discovered the 6 corpses, their expressions changed drastically, and they were completely stunned. Your Highness, who is this person? What is his cultivation level? He actually caused such a scene on the street. What's going on? A 4th-level martial arts grandmaster asked, puzzled by Nangong Wudi's situation. The other warriors looked at Nangong Wudi curiously. 5 third-tier martial arts grandmasters and 1 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster. Nangong Wudi was shocked. Even he would be killed in the blink of an eye if he were to face these few people. However, these martial arts grandmasters, such a combination, were easily killed. What? They are all Wuzongs. 5 Tier 3 martial arts grandmasters and 1 Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster died just like that. For a moment, all the martial artists were stunned. A rank 3 martial arts grandmaster and a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster had actually been killed. In their opinion, it should be a battle between first-level martial arts grandmasters. They had only used some kind of heaven-defying forbidden technique. However, they did not expect it to be 5 third-level martial arts grandmasters and 1 6th-level martial arts grandmaster. Following that, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters flew down and arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. Their eyes were filled with shock. From the traces of the battle, these 4 rank 3 martial arts grandmasters were killed in one strike. The rank 6 martial arts grandmasters were also killed in one strike. This rank 4 martial arts grandmaster was killed by 3 attacks. There's a strong demonic aura now. It should be the pet of the warrior who left. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in Sky Dragon City. Nangong Wudi began to analyze the situation. He tried to reconstruct the situation and found that it was somewhat similar. Wangya, look at this. Duanmu Yu took a token from a martial arts grandmaster and his expression kept changing. Purple Jade token. Could it be someone from the Purple Jade Palace? What are they doing here? Nangong Wudi took the token, and his expression turned ugly. He recognized this token as well. It was the token of the Purple Jade Palace. The Purple Jade Palace was a legendary power. Compared to the Purple Jade Palace, the strength of the Eastern Spirit Azure continent was like an ant compared to an elephant. Not to mention Sky Dragon Empire, even the Super Hermit of Eastern Spirit Azure continent did not dare to provoke him. In Purple Jade Palace, martial grandmasters were like ants, martial emperors were everywhere, and there were countless martial honors. There were even martial emperors. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. They didn't want to be dragged in by themselves. However, now that the people of the Purple Jade Palace had died here, things weren't easy to resolve. Everyone, don't worry. The people from Purple Jade Palace came to Sky Dragon Empire to cause trouble. They asked for it. Moreover, there are special rules between the Saint Realm and the Immortal Realm. We are in the right for strict martial artists to cross the border to cause trouble. One don't believe that they would dare to brazenly come to Eastern Spirit Azure Continent to cause trouble. If they dared to cause trouble, they wouldn't have covered their faces and wouldn't have sneaked around. Nangong Wudi said seriously. The Purple Jade Palace was no longer something they could interfere with. What they were most worried about was the person who had killed these experts. For a moment, countless martial artists were secretly guessing who the person who had just left was. Countless warriors were suspicious of Li Lingtian, but they could not believe that a warrior spirit could kill several martial arts grandmasters in a short period of time. Even if they suspected Li Lingtian, they did not dare to voice it out in fear of the Purple Jade Palace's pressure and the danger of provoking Li Lingtian. Soon, all the warriors dispersed, but everyone was worried. Li Lingtian brought Li Xiaoxiao along as they sprinted. After they left the battlefield, they dropped Li Xiaoxiao off at a crowded place. Li Xiaoxiao's face was flushed red. She did not expect to be half-carried by Li Lingtian as they flew. Half-carried, her entire body was practically being carried by Li Lingtian. Although she knew that the situation was dire and Li Lingtian did not mean it, she felt her entire body melting in his warm embrace. Xiao Bai returned to Li Lingtian's arms and the two of them walked toward the marquisdom as if nothing had happened. By the time they returned to the marquisdom, Li Suifeng and the rest were already resting. Li Lingtian also returned to his room to rest. Li Xiaoxiao's room was also Li Lingtian's courtyard, and their rooms were next to each other. This was the most basic thing for a maid, as she could be summoned by her master at any time. In the room, Li Lingtian was meditating to regulate his breathing. Thinking of the battle earlier, he was able to use a few of his skills at will, and his strength had increased significantly. It was also much easier to use Earth-tier skills. With his strength, if he was serious, he could still deal with a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster. As for the other martial arts grandmasters below the 5th rank, as long as they were not super freaks, he did not care at all. However, he did not think that he could easily kill a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster, because killing a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was just a sneak attack. The Level 4, Level 7 Jade-Eyed Beast had already suppressed the Level 6 martial arts grandmaster. He relied on the dragon energy and dominance of the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd to successfully attack the Level 6 martial arts grandmaster. If it was a normal one-on-one battle, he would not have any hope of facing a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster unless he used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. After cultivating for 3 large cycles and familiarizing himself with the various skills, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. However, it was destined that countless experts would not be able to sleep that night, while he, the main character, was sleeping soundly. During the competition in Sky Dragon City, there was actually a battle between martial arts grandmasters, and it was an outsider. Fortunately, these few powerful martial arts grandmasters were killed. However, killing martial arts grandmasters became a headache. Based on the strength of the divine martial continent, even they would not be able to achieve such a combination. After becoming a martial arts grandmaster, it was rare for one to be killed. Even if one could not defeat them, one could still escape. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a martial arts grandmaster to kill an opponent when there was a difference of 2 minor realms between them. This was because a martial arts grandmaster's cultivation was low. If he could not defeat an opponent, he could escape in time. Now, 6 martial arts grandmasters had come and were actually killed in a short period of time. How powerful must one be to be able to do this at such a speed? Chapter 122, Chapter 122. Fighting Wen Tianqing. Chapter 122. Fighting Wen Tianqing. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Dragon Square was already packed with people because the later the competition, the more intense it would be. The later battles were the most exciting. Although the second day was also an elimination round, only 240 people remained on the first day. The remaining 240 people were all existences above rank 8 Martial King. There were only a few who had a lower cultivation base. Those like Li Lingtian and Lu Yi were just an exception. A Martial Numinous Realm disciple had actually made it into the third round. Even so, no one thought that it was luck. It was a victory that was based on true strength, especially Li Lingtian. He had defeated his opponent in one move in both matches. In Sky Dragon City, countless bets were placed to see which sect or family would have more chances of entering the top 100. There were also people betting on whether Li Lingtian could enter the top 60. This was the strangest bet. By the time Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao arrived at the plaza unhurriedly, almost all the participating warriors had already arrived. The judges and important members on the steps had also arrived. When he arrived, countless warriors cheered. Most of them were young girls. Li Lingtian was a young genius and no one could resist falling for him. Young noble Lingtian is here. Young noble Lingtian will definitely enter the top 60 today. Young noble Lingtian might also become the 7th young noble after the 6th great young noble. Countless warriors were engaged in a heated discussion, but Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao strolled up the stairs. 6 great young masters. Don't talk about the 6 great young masters. Don't you know that young Master Tianmu of the 6 great young masters was defeated by young Master Ling Tian yesterday afternoon? What is it? Young Master Tianmu is a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster and an expert on the prodigy role. How could he be defeated by young Master Ling Tian? That's right. No matter how powerful young Master Ling Tian is, he's only at the martial numinous realm. Young Master Tianmu is a true super expert. You guys don't know, right? Yesterday afternoon, in a market, young noble Ling Tian saw a huge spirit weapon and was prepared to give it to his fiancée. However, young noble Tianmu stepped in, and in the end, young noble Ling Tian scolded young noble Tianmu in front of everyone. In the end, a warrior recounted everything that happened to Li Lingtian in the city square in detail, shocking countless warriors. 4th rank multicolored beast. There's also a 4th step 7th rank jade-eyed beast. It's indeed heaven-defying. No wonder young Master Tianmu was taken away. It's his bad luck to be robbed of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. What is it? A 4th rank, 7th rank demonic beast? All the warriors were shocked. Young Master Tianmu had been fooled, so who would dare to provoke young Master Ling Tian? However, a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse who was standing far away was shocked when he heard about a Tier 4 Level 7 mystical beast. Based on the time, was it not the time when Li Lingtian returned to the marquisdom after the battle last night? Moreover, there was the aura of a demon beast present, and he had obtained a shocking force of the world. It was too much of a coincidence to say that all of this was a coincidence. A martial arts grandmaster or martial king's divine sense was extremely powerful. Some of the martial arts grandmasters and martial kings on the steps far away were shocked when they heard the discussions of the warriors in the square. They slowly connected the powerhouse who had killed 6 martial arts grandmasters last night with Li Lingtian. In the hearts of countless super experts, Li Lingtian had become the main suspect. The Ice Soul Martial Soul, the Tier 4 Class 7 mystical beast, and the Cloud Dragon Stream's force of heaven and earth. All of these had appeared on Li Lingtian before. Li Lingtian completely ignored the discussion from afar. There was no need to hide what he had done. After walking up the steps and bowing to Li Suifeng and his wife, he sat in his seat and waited for the competition to begin. However, he noticed that countless warrior powerhouses greeted him politely with a nod upon his arrival. The commotion shocked even more people. Even some martial arts grandmasters and representatives from the sects and clans were being polite to Li Lingtian. There must be something they were unaware of. Today, the third round of the elimination round begins. After yesterday's competition, there were 938 participants. As of now, there are only 240 left. Today's competition will eliminate 120 out of 240 people, and 60 out of 120. The top 60 warriors will be rewarded handsomely by the Empire. Now, all the martial artists who want to participate in the competition will be assigned new numbers. Bai Ping saw that all the judges and Nangong Haoming had arrived. After receiving the instructions, he stood up and announced loudly. After the announcement, more than 200 warriors walked up to the arena. Li Lingtian also walked up to the arena and drew a number 39. When he arrived at the arena, Li Lingtian felt a sharp gaze on him. Following the gaze, he saw a young man glaring at him viciously. Yang Tianming was the number 1 genius of the Yang family. In the past few years, he had been known as the number 1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire. He had once fought against the top 3 of the prodigy role. Although no one had won or lost, he dared to fight against someone on the prodigy role. He was naturally not simple. Moreover, Yang Tianming himself was a peak 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster. He cultivated a mysterious cultivation technique and had various magical skills. His strength was extremely deep. Seeing Yang Tianming's gaze, Li Lingtian's face revealed a carefree smile. He had only crippled a few Yang family disciples in Sky Cloud Sect. At the same time that Yang Tianming was looking at him, Li Lingtian could feel another pair of eyes staring at him. Li Lingtian's divine perception swept over and a faint smile appeared on his face. Enemies always meet on a narrow road. Wasn't this Wen Tianqing whom he met at the top of the Cloud Dragon Stream? He didn't expect that she would also enter the third round of the competition. At that time, it was best not to meet him. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. After drawing their own numbers, the competing warriors returned to their seat. There were quite a few warriors that they hadn't seen yesterday. They were the seed disciples of the top 10 families and the 4 major sections. However, the third round was the crudest start. Naturally, these top geniuses had to be brought out, and their numbers had to be drawn again. This way, it would be difficult to avoid the slaughter between the disciples of their sects and families. No twins. Number 4, Wen Yunling wins. Number 5, Han Ziming wins. Number 9, Lu Yi wins. Number 14, Yang Tianming wins. The competition was quick. Li Lingtian enjoyed the spirit fruits and fragrant tea on the stairs while watching the competition on the stage. As long as it was a martial arts grandmaster versus a martial king, they would almost always win in one strike. Other than Lu Yi, who was a Tier 9 warrior spirit and had defeated a Tier 8 warrior king, there were no other competitions where the winner was a higher tier. This also confirmed the law of the Divine Dragon Continent's realm. If one wanted to challenge someone of a higher realm and win, it was against the heavens. One had to take advantage of the right time, place, and people. One also had to take advantage of weapons, cultivation techniques, skills, physique, martial souls, and talent. Number 39, Li Lingtian. Number 201, Wen Tianqing. After all the warriors in front had finished their matches, Bai Ping called out Li Lingtian's name along with his serial number. The expressions on Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's faces kept changing when they heard that. Li Suifeng, his wife, and the other powerhouses were also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. This was a contest between warrior spirits and warrior ascendant. They wanted to see how powerful Li Lingtian was and whether he could defeat a warrior ascendant. Many warriors were puzzled by the changes in Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's expressions. They thought that Li Lingtian was afraid of the martial arts grandmaster. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Admitting Defeat 1 Chapter 123 Admitting Defeat 1 At the same time, when Tianqing, who was walking onto the arena, also smiled bitterly. How could he be so unlucky to encounter Li Lingtian in the third round? Was he courting death? A few days ago, Li Lingtian had left a shadow in his heart at the peak of Cloud Dragon Stream. Young noble Ling Tian! Young noble Ling Tian! Countless warriors in the plaza cheered. This competition had become the focal point of Li Lingtian's popularity. Tian, what do you think? Qin Susu looked at Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's expressions and asked in confusion. She thought that Li Lingtian was having trouble facing a martial arts grandmaster. In fact, in their hearts, no matter how powerful their son was, he would not be a match for a Wu Zong. This was the iron law of the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian's warrior spirit defeating a warrior king was already a heaven-defying feat. Such a thing had never happened in the divine martial continent. It was very normal to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level within a cultivation level. However, if it was beyond a major cultivation level, there was almost no chance of such a challenge. It's impossible for a Tier 9 warrior spirit to compete with a Tier 1 warrior ascendant. His luck has reached its end. It's already considered lucky for a warrior spirit to defeat a martial king. If a warrior spirit were to defeat a martial grandmaster, this world would be too crazy. If he can defeat Wu Zong, my name will be read backwards. Look at how excited they are. When they are defeated, they will know what a true genius is. Countless youths who were jealous of Li Lingtian were discussing animatedly. When they saw countless young ladies cheering for Li Lingtian, they naturally attracted the envy of countless proud sons of heaven. It was not just them, but all the warriors were not optimistic about Li Lingtian. After all, this was a competition that surpassed two realms. It was like a match between an adult and a baby. There was no suspense at all, and Li Lingtian was not afraid at all. Brother Zhang, how about a bet of 1,000,000 spirit stones? Chunghao, let's make a bet. I'll take the top-grade profound armament in your hand and my Jiyun silk banner. What do you think? I bet that Li Lingtian will lose. I'll bet on Li Lingtian's failure too. I'll join too. I bet on Li Lingtian's failure. 1,000,000. I'll bet 5,000,000 on Li Lingtian's failure and your superior grade profound armament. All of a sudden, everyone started betting on Li Lingtian's failure. Even though Li Lingtian had made a name for himself recently and had won 2 rounds, he was now facing a martial ancestor realm warrior spirit. No way. I'll bet on Li Lingtian's failure too. Do you think I'm a fool for such a good thing? A warrior spirit versus a warrior ascendant? Dream on. Yeah, forget it. I'm not betting anymore. It's clearly a martial arts grandmaster who used his pressure to crush a warrior spirit. What's the point of competing? If Wu Ling defeats Wu Zong, I'll give each of you 1,000,000. Some martial arts grandmasters were also discussing this matter. In the hearts of all the martial artists, the iron law of the divine martial continent was something that no one could break. This was already a rule, the law of heaven and earth. A warrior spirit relied on countless heaven-defying luck and treasures, as well as skills and weapons to defeat a martial king. However, no matter how powerful a warrior spirit was, it was impossible for him to defeat a martial grandmaster. Don't you dare to bet? I bet that big brother Ling Tian will win. 10 million spirit stones. Tang Zi, who was on the stairs, saw countless martial artists betting on big brother Ling Tian's failure. She was instantly angry, but her face remained expressionless. He spoke to the powerhouses who had started the bet before he asked for 7 million spiritual stones from Tang Qingyue and Tang Zicheng. Together with the 3 million that Li Lingtian had given him previously, he had exactly 10 million spiritual stones. 10 million. Little girl, don't cry if you lose. That's right. Your fiancé is indeed not bad. However, he doesn't have much confidence in facing a martial arts grandmaster. A few martial arts grandmasters said with a smile. They naturally knew Tang Zimeng and were extremely excited about the 10 million spiritual stones. Humph, as long as big brother Ling Tian wins, you guys will have to pay me 60 million spirit stones. Tang Zimeng said fiercely. Her jade-like hands clenched into fists, and she pretended to be fierce. She did not know that not only was she not fierce, but she was also very cute. She knew better than anyone else that big brother Ling Tian would definitely win because she had already taught Wen Tianqing a lesson last time. If she was facing other martial grandmasters, she would not be so confident. However, she was 100% confident that big brother Ling Tian would be able to face Wen Tianqing. Alright, we won't go back on our word. Even if Li Lingtian wins, I can still earn 4 million from here. Haha. The few martial arts grandmasters looked at the storage pouches in front of them. They were all betting on Li Lingtian's loss. Only Tang Zimeng was betting on Li Lingtian's victory. The square was bustling with activity. Countless people were discussing Li Lingtian's failure, and only the young men and women who admired Li Lingtian were still cheering for him. However, they were not confident. After all, this was a warrior spirit facing a martial arts grandmaster. Wen Tianqing did not look happy at all when she saw countless warriors believing that Li Lingtian had failed. On the contrary, her expression turned even uglier. The higher he climbed, the worse his fall would be. Failure was already destined, but all the martial artists thought that he would win. Wasn't this forcing him to his death? Li Lingtian shook his head with a consoling expression on his face. He gave Li Suifeng and his wife a comforting look. Then, he walked towards the arena at a moderate pace. His footsteps were confident and his face was calm. There was no change in his expression, as if he was doing something very casual. Soon, Li Lingtian arrived at the arena. He stood there calmly amidst the astonished looks of countless warriors. Young Master One, please, don't disappoint me. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as the smile on his face deepened. His tone was like an elder guiding a junior, causing everyone in the plaza to be stunned. Who was the real Wu Zong? How could a warrior spirit teach a martial arts grandmaster a lesson? Young Master One, defeat him. Defeat him, defeat him. Defeat him. Defeat Li Lingtian. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Instantly, two camps appeared in the square. Countless genius disciples hoped that when Tianqing could defeat Li Lingtian so that the beauties would not be so mesmerized by Li Lingtian. Meanwhile, countless young ladies were cheering for Li Lingtian, leaving the powerhouses on the steps dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a warrior spirit realm disciple be so popular? When Tianqing felt more and more pressured, the shouts behind him were like a curse that forced him to die. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, appeared calm and relaxed in his eyes. His body exuded a mysterious aura, just like the aura of heaven and earth that appeared on the mountaintop that day. It was suffocating. All! With a loud roar, all the shouting warriors in the square stopped and looked at Wen Tianqing in confusion. The super genius of the Wen family had become like this. However, what happened next stunned them. All the super experts who came to take the steps were extremely surprised. I admit defeat. When Tianqing bowed to Li Lingtian and spoke seriously, he then spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though his face was pale, he was much more spirited after spitting out the blood. He had finally walked out of Li Lingtian's shadow. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 The Bet 1 Chapter 124 The Bet 1 Jealousy was only for people who were on par with them, but if you were jealous of someone you could never compare to, then you would be a fool. The youth in front of him was already not someone he could compare to. There was no need for him to fuss over it. He could not afford to. At the thought of this, his heart relaxed and he became more indifferent to the situation. He bowed politely to Li Lingtian, showing his respect for the strong. What? A rank 1 martial arts grandmaster facing a martial spirit realm, and he's admitting defeat before he even made a move? Are you sure? Did one hear wrong? Or is he having a fever? What happened? Are the geniuses of the Wen family supposed to be so shameless? A martial grandmaster actually admitted defeat to a martial spirit realm? Isn't this a joke? All of a sudden, there was a dead silence. All the warriors were stunned by Wen Tianqing's words. Following that, all the martial artists were either furious or shocked. They completely did not believe that this was true. Wen Tianqing, are you joking? On the stairs, countless warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's defeat asked loudly. They had all bet on Li Lingtian's defeat. Now that Wen Tianqing had admitted defeat, did that not mean that they had lost? Humph, I'm a first-stage martial ancestor. Are you an idiot? As long as you can take a single move from young noble Ling Tian, 1 foot 11 inches twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. A bunch of ignorant people. If I were a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, I might not admit defeat, but my chances of winning are only 50-50. When Tianqing said coldly in the face of everyone's questions, all the warriors were shocked. A martial arts grandmaster was actually praising a warrior spirit like this. What kind of concept was this? If a martial arts grandmaster were to receive a blow from Li Lingtian, he would die to atone for his sins. This was the dignity of a martial arts grandmaster. He would use his dignity to prove his decision was correct. If he was a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, he might not admit defeat, but the odds were only 50-50. In that case, Li Lingtian's ability was equivalent to a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster. There was an uproar in the square and on the steps. Li Lingtian wins. Everyone was stunned. However, when they saw Wen Tianqing walk off the stage in a carefree manner and face Li Lingtian's respect, the outcome of the match was decided. Bai Ping received the order and announced Li Lingtian's victory loudly. Young noble Ling Tian is mighty. Young noble Ling Tian is the most handsome. Young noble Ling Tian. The warriors who admired Li Lingtian were excited. In their hearts, this was a perfect counterattack. Just when everyone thought that Li Lingtian was no match for a martial arts grandmaster, Li Lingtian's opponent automatically admitted defeat. It was a resounding slap to the faces of countless people. Li Lingtian's strength allowed them to find a balance. Li Lingtian's strength helped them vent their anger and declared, no matter how strong a warrior spirit realm or a martial warrior was, they would still be able to defeat powerhouses. Those who looked down on low-level warriors would end up in a miserable state. Li Lingtian was a warrior spirit, yet he managed to force a martial ancestor realm to admit defeat. This was a perfect counterattack. Hey, who are these people? This world is too crazy. I can't understand this world anymore. That's right. The world has changed. He's no longer a genius because we can't describe him as a genius anymore. Calling him a genius is just an insult. He's a true monster, a monster that defies the heavens. Some of the warriors who hoped that Li Lingtian would fail could only sigh. Comparisons were infuriating. 60 million, hand it over. 1 foot 11 inches. See if you still dare to say that Big Brother Ling Tian failed. Tang Ziming stretched out her small hand. She had bet 10 million. Now that Brother Ling Tian had won, they had to pay 60 million. They were going to be rich. As she spoke, she revealed a cute smile on her little face. She sounded like she was lecturing them for thinking that Li Lingtian had failed. The few martial arts grandmasters could only admit that they were unlucky. They lost 60 million, and Tang Ziming got 60 million spiritual stones for nothing. In the following matches, even if it was a battle between geniuses, it was boring under Li Lingtian's atmosphere. Many warriors were eliminated, and those who remained were naturally delighted. Although there were only a total of 120 matches, the longer the matches went on, because they were all matches between experts and geniuses. Big Brother Ling Tian, congratulations! Tang Ziming came to Li Lingtian's side and said happily. Her mischievous eyes kept rolling. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand. In her jade-like hand was a storage bag. It was the spirit stones that she had just received. It was a total of 60 million. Meng Meng is also a money grubber. Qin Susu looked at Tang Ziming's expression. Tang Ziming had bet on Li Lingtian's victory, and she had seen it with her own eyes. At first, she thought that Tang Ziming had bet because she was not convinced that her fiancé had lost. Now, it seemed that this girl knew that Li Lingtian would win. Who asked them to say that Big Brother Ling Tian failed? They didn't even ask around. Big Brother Ling Tian could defeat this Wen Tianqing with a single move. Tang Ziming came to Qin Susu's side and snuggled in her arms obediently, looking extremely lovable. Following that, Tang Ziming recounted what happened at the Cloud Dragon Stream that day. The martial arts grandmasters on the countless steps were instantly depressed. It turned out that when Tianqing had lost to Li Lingtian a long time ago, yet they were still betting on Wen Tianqing's victory. They were asking for trouble. Big Brother Ling Tian, let's go out and play. You only have a competition in the afternoon, so let's go celebrate first. Tang Ziming chatted with Qin Susu for a while before she grabbed Li Lingtian's hand and left. There were too many people in this place, and a little girl like her was not used to being restrained. All right, let's go. Li Lingtian nodded. Since there were still a few hours before the afternoon competition, he decided to go out and relax for a while before the afternoon competition. As long as he did not encounter a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, there would not be any problems. The two of them then bowed to Li Suifeng and his wife and left. The two maids followed closely behind, and Li Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable. In this world, maids would follow their masters at all times. However, these two maids were peerless beauties. They were many times prettier than the celebrities in his previous life. Moreover, she was extremely pure and had an otherworldly aura on her body. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation and the spiritual energy of this world. Where are we going? Tang Ziming looked up at Li Lingtian as she held his arm with her little hand. Qingping, you and Xiaoxiao have more time in Sky Dragon City. If there's any fun place, let's go play for a while, but we can't go too far. Li Lingtian looked at Qingping and Li Xiaoxiao. Both he and Tang Ziming had left Sky Dragon City at the age of 8 to cultivate in Sky Cloud Sect. Sky Dragon City had changed a lot in recent years, but the two maids were familiar with each other. Let's go to the Silver Phoenix Lake. The environment there is not bad. Li Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and thought of the Silver Phoenix Lake. After she mentioned it, Qingping nodded. It seemed that both of them had a good impression of the Silver Phoenix Lake. Then, the four of them walked towards the Silver Phoenix Lake. The Silver Phoenix Lake was not far from the Heavenly Dragon Square. It was only a dozen miles away. With their cultivation, it would only take them 10 minutes. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 1 Tianqing's Madness. Chapter 125 1 Tianqing's Madness. Sky Dragon Empire's genius competition not only affected the future of Sky Dragon Empire, but also the other empires and mysterious families. This was because Sky Dragon Empire wanted to see their geniuses grow rapidly and increase their strength. The other factions and empires did not want to see such a thing happen because it would affect their future. During the competition in Sky Dragon Empire, countless experts and even the army of Tianjin Empire were rushing toward Sky Dragon Empire. After Li Lingtian, Tang Ziming and the other three had fun at the Silver Phoenix Lake for a few hours, they returned to the plaza for the competition. Li Lingtian was facing a Tier 9 peak Martial King powerhouse. Needless to say, he had defeated Li Lingtian easily. With that, Li Lingtian had entered the top 60. Countless warriors and factions had no choice but to take this young man seriously. Even many martial arts grandmaster powerhouses had begun to understand Li Lingtian for the sake of the prodigy role. However, to their disappointment, Li Lingtian had risen to prominence a year ago and finally entered Hidden Dragon Island. This year was the time when Li Lingtian had risen to prominence. In just over a year's time, he had advanced to become a martial apprentice and reached the current Tier 9 martial numinous realm. On the first day, he entered the 240th place. On the second day, he entered the 60th place. On the third day, Li Lingtian defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster with the Ice Vitality Divine Fist, the astounding sword technique, and his profound armament. The fact that Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster shocked all the warriors in the plaza. This was because Li Lingtian's reputation had soared recently and he had won every single time. However, his opponents were all martial kings, even when Tianqing admitted defeat. Now, Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 warrior ascendant in front of all the warriors. This meant that Li Lingtian was a warrior spirit realm and his strength had already reached Tier 1 warrior ascendant. No one would not be terrified by the concept of this. On the third day there was only one match. Even if there was only one match, the battle would be extremely fierce. As long as one won, they would be able to enter the top 15. On the fourth day, as long as they won one match, they would be able to enter the top 10. With the end of the battle, all the forces and martial artists began to get excited because the true geniuses would appear. The only bright spot was Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, a Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak, was actually standing on the same level as 14 Tier 4 or 5 martial arts grandmasters. This was also Li Lingtian's luck, as he was facing a Tier 1 warrior ascendant. If he were to face a Tier 3 or 4 warrior ascendant, no one could guarantee that Li Lingtian would be able to advance. A quiet night passed, but some martial artists began to place their bet. Those who bet on young Master Lingtian entering the top 10 will have a 1:3 odds. In other words, those who bet on Li Lingtian's victory will earn 3 times the spiritual stones. There were countless bets in Sky Dragon City. The biggest bet was 1-7, which was the bet on Li Lingtian. If he won, he would get 7 times the spiritual stones. The smallest bet would be 1-2. Those who bet on Li Lingtian's victory would receive twice the spiritual stones. Such a bet would increase their confidence in Li Lingtian. I bet 300,000 on Li Lingtian. I bet 1 million on Yang Tianming. I bet on Wen Ling 3 million. Although Li Lingtian is powerful and can be said to be the #1 genius in Eastern Spirit Greenland in 10,000 years, defeating a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster at the warrior spirit realm is impossible for him to defeat other Tier 4 and Tier 5 martial artists. I'll still bet 5 million on Qing Xiaotian. Brother Zhang is right. I believe Brother Zhang. I'll bet 5 million too. Although many warriors had placed their bets on Li Lingtian, most of them did not think highly of him. A genius was indeed a genius, but even a warrior spirit would not stand a chance to enter the top 10. How big can the stakes be? At this moment, a calm voice rang out. The voice was calm, but it was very loud. Immediately, all the martial artists who had placed their bets fell silent. Everyone looked towards the door and saw a young man walking in. When they saw this young man, everyone recognized him and revealed a disdainful expression. That's right, this person was Wen Tianqing. Last time, she admitted defeat in front of everyone and made countless warriors look down on her. He did not expect that he would appear at this time. Although he looked down on Wen Tianqing, no one dared to provoke him now. He was a martial arts grandmaster and a genius of the Wen family. More importantly, Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster today. This was enough to prove that Wen Tianqing was not ashamed to admit defeat. Instead, she knew her place. So it's young Master Wen. Our Cyan Cloud Hall has been established in Sky Dragon City for 500 years. The Zhou family is behind us. Naturally, we won't run away. If we're betting on Li Lingtian, the Verdant Cloud Hall can go without a cap. However, if we're betting on someone else, we can only bet 10 million. Lu Yuzhong of the Blue Cloud Hall stood out. The 4th-rank martial arts grandmaster aura on him made everyone look fearful. I see. You guys sure are brave to bet on Li Lingtian without a cap. In that case, I'll bet 60 million on Li Lingtian. If our sect wins, you'll have to pay us 420 million. When Tianqing tossed out a storage pouch as soon as she said it was over, all the warriors were stunned. Was he crazy to bet 60 million on Li Lingtian? Even Lu Yuzhong was stunned. The Cyan Cloud Hall had made a crazy profit by betting 60 million in one go. This was because Li Lingtian could not possibly defeat a Tier 4 or 5 martial arts grandmaster. Alright, the Green Cloud Hall has hundreds of years of reputation. If you win, the Green Cloud Hall will not give you a spirit stone. Lu Yuzhong excitedly put away the 60 million spirit stones and took out a special jade slip. On it was engraved the special logo of the Zhou clan and the Blue Cloud Hall. It also recorded the bet of 60 million and the multiple of the loss. I believe in your Zhou family and the Blue Cloud Hall. When Tianqing took the jade slip and checked it carefully. After making sure that there was no problem, she put it away carefully and put it into her storage pouch like a treasure. Then, she turned around and left. This 60 million was borrowed from the Wen family's reputation. He had even pawned a high-grade profound-level weapon on him. He had bet all his assets on Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian won once, he would receive 420 million spiritual stones. Not only would he be able to repay the spiritual stones that Li Lingtian owed him, but he would also be able to make a huge profit. After placing his bet, he prayed in his heart that he would not make the wrong choice. He also prayed that Li Lingtian would win. This was all he had. If Li Lingtian lost, he would be dead. After Wen Tianqing left, everyone was stunned. They kept scolding Wen Tianqing as a lunatic for betting 60 million on Li Lingtian. Their confidence was shaken. However, the next thing was not over yet. After Wen Tianqing left, another important figure came to Cyan Cloud Palace. We've finally arrived at the Blue Cloud Hall. A sweet voice rang out. Instantly, all the martial artists in the Blue Cloud Hall were attracted by this sweet voice. However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all turned their eyes away. Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Battle for the Top 10. Chapter 126 Battle for the Top 10. A 15 or 16-year-old beautiful girl walked in, followed by a maid and a middle-aged couple. The young girl was dressed in purple clothes, and she was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Isn't this the Marquis of Nanling? When Lu Yuzhong saw them, he immediately perked up and quickly came out to welcome them. He was a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster, so he did not dare to be rude to this couple. It was Tang Ziming and Tang Zicheng. When Tang Ziming heard that Sky Dragon City was also betting, her interest was piqued. Qinyun Hall was the place with the highest stakes, so they naturally came here. Hall Master Lu, what's the maximum amount of the Green Cloud Hall's bet? Tang Zicheng asked, completely ignoring the other warriors. The Tang family had an extremely high status in Sky Dragon Empire, and even the Imperial Palace had to show some respect. Scared. All the warriors were in an uproar. What was going on? When Tianqing had just come, and now the Marquis of Nanling had come. The words he said were actually exactly the same. This made all the martial artists dumbfounded. Lord Marquis, our Verdant Cloud Hall has no upper limit on Li Lingtian's bet. The upper limit on the others is 10 million. Lu Yuzhong was also stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but then he thought of the rules of his Blue Cloud Hall and felt a little relieved. If he bet 10 million on the others, when Tianqing would bet 60 million on Li Lingtian. Even if the others won, when Tianqing's 60 million would still be given to them. However, Tang Zicheng's next words stunned everyone. One bet 50 million on Li Lingtian's victory. Tang Zicheng threw a storage bag over with a faint smile on his face. Silence reigned. Another person was betting on Li Lingtian's victory. When Tianqing might have gone mad, but this Marquis Nanling could not have gone mad. I also bet 60 million on Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming's delicate voice sounded. As she spoke, she threw a storage bag over. Hundreds of people were betting in the Cyan Cloud Hall, but they all quieted down at this moment. After a long time, the warriors finally came to their senses. 3 people had bet on Li Lingtian's victory, and the number was astonishing. The ominous feeling in Lu Yuzhong's heart intensified. This was different from the previous situation. He was afraid that the Marquis of Nanling would bet on the other warriors to win, but now that his cousin and his daughter were betting on Li Lingtian's victory, he felt even more uneasy. This. Lu Yuzhong stuttered. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he really couldn't make up his mind. If Li Lingtian were to win, he would have to pay 18 billion lower spiritual stones. Even if he were to pay everyone else's bet, the Verdant Cloud Hall would have to fork out more than 500 million. Don't you dare to take the bet. The Marquis of Nanling's expression turned cold. Although he was only a Tier 8 martial king, no one in the Tang family could provoke him. Accept, why not? Since the Azure Cloud Hall has accepted, we will naturally accept Lord Marquis's bet. Lu Yuzhong was startled and thought for a long time before agreeing. This situation shocked countless martial artists. After Lu Yuzhong finished carving the 2 jade slips, he handed them to the Marquis of Nanling, and the 3 of them left the Green Cloud Hall. After Tang Ziming's family left, Lu Yuchen announced that he would not accept Li Lingtian's bet today. Immediately, countless martial artists felt that things were not good. Moreover, this news quickly spread to other bets. In a single night, countless people had placed their bets on Li Lingtian's victory. The number of people betting on Li Lingtian's victory was almost equal to the total number of people betting on him. The last few bets knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. In the end, he could only mend the situation and no longer accept Li Lingtian's bet. Early in the morning, the Heavenly Dragon Square was already packed with people. They came to the best seats to wait for the start of the competition. This way, they could best watch the battle between the super geniuses. On this day, it was destined that there would be no fate with the prodigy role. It was destined that there would be people who would be excited and people who would go berserk. By the time Li Lingtian arrived at the steps of the plaza, almost everyone had arrived. Today is the 4th day of the competition. Today is the challenge match. Out of the remaining 15 people, only 10 will enter the top 10, and 5 will leave the arena. When Bai Ping saw that all the judges had arrived, he stood up and announced loudly. After he finished speaking, the square was in an uproar. They wanted to see their idol enter the top 10. The rules of the Challenger League are still based on elimination. 15 people will compete, 7 will be eliminated, and 7 will enter the top 10. The remaining 8 will continue to compete, and the winner will challenge the 7 people who entered the top 10. Bai Ping calmly explained the rules of the competition. Suddenly, all the martial artists began to discuss, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. This was too cruel. In this way, everyone had to compete at least twice at a certain time. Some even had to compete 3 or 4 times. One time was enough to consume all of his true essence and true qi. If he was lucky enough to enter the top 10, he would also be challenged. Moreover, they had to accept challenges consecutively. At most, they had to accept 2 challenges. As Li Lingtian listened from the top of the stairs, his heart was filled with shock. If he was unlucky, he would have to compete 3 times with a top martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. As a result, the faces of the countless warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's victory turned green. If Li Lingtian were to enter the top 10 in a single competition, they would have won and received a considerable sum of money. However, they did not expect the competition rules to be so strict. Li Lingtian had no chance of entering the top 10. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they would still be challenged. Big brother Lingtian, Mengmeng believes that you're the strongest. When Tang Zimeng and Tang Zicheng heard this rule, they felt that something was amiss. Although they would not be bothered by the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian was her fiancé and her son-in-law. Li Lingtian's failure would not benefit them. She gently held Li Lingtian's arm and spoke softly. As a fiancé, she had to think about her husband at all times. Don't worry. I'm still confident that one can enter the top 10. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it'll be fine. Li Lingtian said earnestly as he gave a comforting look to Li Suifeng, his wife, and Tang Zimeng. The competition begins now. Bai Ping let the 15 martial artists who were participating in the competition walk up the steps, and each of them drew a number. After the competition, it was time for the challenge. Li Lingtian looked at the jade token in his hand. It was actually number 1. In other words, he was the first to compete. If he won, he would enter the top 10. If he lost, he would have to challenge again. Young Noble Ling Tian. Young Master Baiyun. Young Master Yang. 15 martial artists were on the stage, and countless admirers were cheering excitedly. The 15 martial artists were all 4th and 5th tier martial arts grandmasters. Li Lingtian was the only one who was in the warrior spirit realm. This made everyone feel uncomfortable. The warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's victory were also feeling regretful. Number 1, Li Lingtian, Tier 9 Warrior Spirit Peak Perfection, 16 years old, North Marquis Estates heir. Number 15, Qing Xiaotian, Martial Arts Grandmaster Tier 4 Peak, 46 years old, number 1 Genius of the Qing clan. Bai Ping announced the information of the martial artists in the competition loudly. Immediately, the Heavenly Dragon Square was in an uproar. The strength and age of these 2 people were really a joke. He was a super genius who had attained the Great Circle of Martial Arts Grandmaster rank 4, 46 years old. The other was 16 years old, and was only a Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak of the Great Fulfillment. Qing Xiaotian's body strangely appeared on the stage. The 200-meter-long and 200-meter-wide stage suddenly looked like it was specially built for him. Qing Xiaotian's strength has far exceeded that of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Compared to a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, he is not at all pressured. Qing Xiaotian has a metal-type martial soul. His attacks are incomparably domineering. No one in the top 10 can shake him. Li Lingtian, what a pity. If it were a few years later, he would definitely be on the prodigy roll. This time, he's going to stop in the top 10. My spirit stones. I bet 3 million on him. That's all I have. For a moment, countless warriors looked enviously at Qing Xiaotian on the stage. In a world where the strong were respected, Qing Xiaotian was at the peak of martial arts Grandmaster Tier 4. He was definitely the object of worship for all warriors. Rumble! Just as everyone was discussing, a powerful aura quickly spread. Everyone looked at the source of the aura. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Heaven Flipping Seal, Powerful Suppression. Chapter 127 Heaven Flipping Seal, Powerful Suppression. A powerful aura slowly pressed down on the stage along the step. All the martial artists looked at the newcomer in surprise. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. The nonchalant look on his face was replaced by a serious look. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation to its peak. At the same time, the true dragon chi in his body circulated, raising his physique to its peak. The stairs were only 200 meters away from the arena. From the bottom of the stairs, Li Lingtian's aura began to rise steadily. What a powerful aura! Is this still the aura of a martial spirit realm? Even a Tier 9 martial king doesn't have such an aura. No, he's using the power between heaven and earth to quickly increase his aura. He wants to reach the peak of his aura when he steps onto the arena. That's right, that's it. This intelligence and experience is definitely not something a young man can possess. On the steps, all the martial arts grandmaster powerhouses could clearly see Li Lingtian's rising aura. They were shocked. Even though this aura was not as strong as theirs, Li Lingtian's actions left them in awe. This wasn't an aura that a warrior spirit realm or a young man could have. He didn't have such wisdom and experience either. In the plaza, tens of thousands of eyes were quietly watching Li Lingtian as he made his way over. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on their chests, making them feel uncomfortable. Qing Xiaotian, you only have one chance. Bring out your most powerful defense or attack, or else the prodigy roll will be cut off from you forever. Li Lingtian's aura had already reached its peak. He had also arrived at the arena and was staring at Qing Xiaotian with a sharp gaze. A Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak of great perfection, coupled with the power of the dragon energy, boosted his confidence greatly. As he spoke, his right hand continued to move. Streams of mysterious profound aura surrounded Li Lingtian and the world resonated with his aura. Good, this is the first time I've met someone as arrogant as you. Now I'll let you know what true strength is. Dominating heavenly golden flame / destroy. Qing Xiaotian felt that something was amiss when he saw Li Lingtian's imposing manner. In his opinion, he was a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster at the peak of perfection. Coupled with his own strength, he would be able to compete for the top 3 spots on the Sons of Heaven roll. Naturally, he would not use his defense to take a beating from a warrior spirit realm warrior. He circulated his ethereal force to the limit and unleashed his supreme-grade profound weapon. Immediately, the flaming gold spirit chi between heaven and earth trembled rapidly and gathered toward the flaming gold slash. The sky also trembled. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with golden spiritual energy and the violent aura of the dominating heavenly flame golden slash. Dominating heavenly golden flame slash. It is the most overbearing existence among the low-level and intermediate-level skills. I didn't expect Qing Xiaotian to have cultivated the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash to the great success realm. Even a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster would not be able to withstand this attack. Li Lingtian is finished. Dominating golden flame slash is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, one really don't know what move to use to deal with him. Shoo, retreat, quickly retreat. All the powerhouses were shocked. This dominating heavenly golden flame slash had already exceeded their imagination. This power was definitely not something that a martial numinous realm could withstand. All the martial artists in the square had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Under the pressure of the aura on the stage, they could only keep retreating. They only stopped after they were 200 meters away from the stage. Heaven flipping seal. The power of heaven and earth. Follow the flow and live according to the power. Force. Overpowering suppression. Li Lingtian kept waving his right hand. The aura between heaven and earth surged rapidly, and a mysterious profound meaning was formed along with the movement of his right hand. Facing a mid-level earth rank skill and a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 4th rank, he had completely entered a state of power. He muttered to himself softly, his voice like a dragon's roar. Then, his other hand began to flip, making a mysterious gesture. In the sky, a 30-meter large handprint appeared. The heaven and earth spiritual chi and the heaven and earth power quickly condensed, and the handprint formed a physical form. The power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? How can a warrior spirit know the force of heaven and earth? Is this the power of heaven and earth? It's indeed terrifying. The force of heaven and earth that even martial royal realm experts couldn't comprehend was actually comprehended by him. On the steps, some of the super geniuses stood up when they saw Li Lingtian's sky-turning palm, as if they had seen a ghost. Boom! Boom! On the arena, the destructive radiance of the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash was hurled at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's expression was calm and unperturbed. The mysterious handprint in the air was also smashed down with the flip of his palm. The space trembled, and countless martial artists quickly retreated, displaying their defenses to resist this powerful pressure and aura. In an instant, the cultivation technique, the giant palm print, and the golden light collided fiercely. Instantly, with the arena as the center, violent and destructive forces raged. Kacha! Rumble! There was a light, crisp sound, followed by an explosion. The giant palm print suppressed and ruthlessly bombarded the golden light. To the surprise of all the martial artists, the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash was crushed by the giant palm print and turned into nothingness. The giant palm print was domineering. It carried the power of heaven and earth, and the trajectory of heaven and earth, as it mercilessly destroyed the intermediate earth-tier skill, the dominating heavenly golden flame slash. At the same time, Cheng Xiaotian's body was also submerged by the giant palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a golden shield of light appeared on his body. The shield of light trembled continuously and finally shattered into pieces. Chapter 128 Chapter 128 Li Lingtian's Victory 1 Chapter 128 Li Lingtian's Victory 1 Li Lingtian's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He watched as the giant palm crushed Cheng Xiaotian. As expected, a faint halo on his body blocked him. He appeared calm and composed, like a martial arts grandmaster of his generation. Even the martial arts grandmasters present felt inferior to his aura and demeanor. Pfft, I lost. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Cheng Xiaotian's face was filled with despair and unwillingness. However, he had been too careless in the face of this attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. However, a loss was a loss. It didn't matter if he lost. He just had to admit it. If he had to hide it in front of tens of thousands of eyes, That would be embarrassing. Whoosh! There was an uproar, and all the martial artists were jolted awake. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of Tier 4 was defeated by a huge palm print. The warriors who were initially not optimistic about Li Lingtian finally understood that this young man was not only relying on luck, but also his heaven-defying strength. This attack was overwhelming and defied the natural order. It had completely broken the iron law of cultivation in the divine martial continent. It had broken the knowledge of all the warriors and surpassed their imagination. Young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian has won. So cool. Heaven up seal, a powerful suppression. This is a true martial artist. This is the person I admire. He's able to suppress the peak of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Young noble Ling Tian is the most unrestrained and handsome. All of a sudden, all the martial artists in the square cried out in surprise. There was no falsehood at all. They were completely excited from the bottom of their hearts. This was a battle without any suspense, but it had evolved into a battle beyond imagination and a heaven-defying ending. On the steps and in the square, the martial arts grandmasters were not used to such an outcome. A Tier 9 peak warrior spirit, a 16-year-old youth, defeated a Tier 4 peak martial arts grandmaster in one blow. Moreover, this peak Tier 4 was a super genius, and his abilities surpassed that of other martial artists of the same tier. Among the Qing clan's geniuses, this Qing Xiaotian was an undefeatable legend. However, this legend was broken by a warrior spirit realm. Li Lingtian, victory. Bai Ping loudly announced Li Lingtian's victory. The crowd cheered as Li Lingtian's aura dissipated. His face revealed his signature smile as he walked down the stage. As expected of my son, Li Suifeng. Good, good, very good. Back on the steps, countless martial artists nodded and greeted him. This youth was not an ordinary youth. He was a terrifying demon. Li Suifeng stood up and sized up Li Lingtian seriously. With a gratified look on his face, he loudly said 3 good in a row. Qin Susu was also very happy. Her son had finally become a man who could take care of her. Thank you, father. This is just the beginning. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he sat down in his seat with a calm expression. His words made all the warriors on the steps feel so depressed that they vomited blood. These were all people from above. To him, defeating a peak rank 4 martial arts grandmaster was just a piece of cake. Mingming said that big brother Ling Tian is the strongest. Tang Ziming's face was filled with happiness. Her fair hands were holding Li Lingtian's arm as she leaned against the seat beside him. Of course. Otherwise, how can I protect my Mengmeng? Li Lingtian smiled as he opened his mouth to eat a grape that Li Xiaoxiao had peeled. His face revealed a look of enjoyment. Next was the match between Yang Tianming and the other martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not miss out on any of the matches this time. He was also shocked by Yang Tianming's strength. If he were to face him, he would have no confidence at all. As for the other martial artists, there were also a few who were stronger than Qing Xiaotian. Moreover, he also had a better understanding of these super geniuses. His strength had far exceeded his cultivation realm. He had many peerless profound-level weapons on him and many Earth-grade skills. One attack was earth-shattering. The 7 rounds of competition took up 3 hours. After the 7 rounds, Bai Ping announced that Li Lingtian and the other 3 had entered the top 10. The remaining 7 losers and the genius who had a bye would challenge them in the afternoon. There was a 2-hour break in the afternoon. This way, the fairness of the competition could be guaranteed. In the eyes of these experts, the disciples below needed to be cruel, but at the same time, they needed the most basic fairness. Li Lingtian's victory gave all the warriors hope, as countless warriors were betting on Li Lingtian's victory. If Li Lingtian failed, all the spiritual stones they had bet would go down the drain. After Bai Ping's announcement, Li Lingtian left the stairs with Tang Zimeng and headed out of the plaza. Currently, countless warriors, boys and girls admired him, but none of them dared to approach him. It was not fun to defeat a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster in one blow. Big brother Lingtian, let's go out and celebrate. I'll give you some nourishment. You might be challenged by someone else in the afternoon. Tang Zimeng held Li Lingtian's arm and snuggled up to him like a little bird. Chapter 129 Chapter 129 A Girl's Feelings. Chapter 129 A Girl's Feelings. For the entire afternoon, Li Lingtian strolled around the garden with Tang Zimeng. Finally, he rested his head on Tang Zimeng's lap and slept for a while. Noon passed, but countless warriors did not leave the plaza. They were concerned about Li Lingtian's success or failure, which meant that they were also concerned about the outcome of their spiritual stones. However, if he left, it would be a pity if he missed the exciting competition without a good seat. On the steps of the plaza, the remaining 7 warriors who had entered the top 10 were still there except for Li Lingtian, who had left. Furthermore, 8 of them were still struggling. This was because they were considering whether they should challenge Li Lingtian if they won. Li Lingtian's cultivation was the lowest and he was the youngest. He should be the easiest to be challenged and the best candidate to do so. However, Li Lingtian's strength and terror had them in a dilemma. The competition and challenge in the afternoon surprised all the martial artists. The 8 martial artists had won twice in the competition. 2 of the victors had entered the top 10, and the remaining 6 would have to fight for the last spot. The 6 martial artists drew lots. One of them entered the top 10, but he had to accept the challenge. Those who could win would be determined to enter the top 10. The top 10 spots were decided. The remaining 5 martial artists had another chance to challenge. However, the 5 warriors paused in front of Li Lingtian and left him helplessly to choose other warriors. Li Lingtian and the rest of the warriors were surprised that not a single warrior challenged Li Lingtian for the entire afternoon. The more this was the case, the more everyone feared Li Lingtian. Such a young man had become a figure that the super geniuses did not dare to touch. He would rather choose a Tier 4 or 5 super expert than provoke a warrior spirit realm youth. It was only after Bai Ping announced the 10 spots that the day's competition came to an end. Li Lingtian had successfully entered the top 10. "Oh my God, do you want me to live?" Lu Yuchen had been watching Li Lingtian's match. The more he watched, the more his heart sank. Since Li Lingtian had won, he was going to lose everything. Even if he sold the Zhou clan and Cyan Cloud Hall, it would not be worth that much spiritual stones. He wasn't the only one. The faces of the other bets were also ashen. They had never lost like this before. They had miscalculated, completely miscalculated. "Ha ha, you didn't disappoint me. I've earned 420 million spirit stones." When Tianqing burst out laughing without restraint. She had borrowed 60 million to bet on Li Lingtian's victory. When she heard the rules of the competition in the morning, her heart had already died. However, she never expected Li Lingtian to win on his first try. No one had challenged him after that. Now that he had won 420 million, he had repaid the 60 million he had borrowed and the 293 million Li Lingtian owed him. He still had 67 million left. Big brother Lingtian, congratulations on entering the top 10. Meng has a gift for you. Let's go. Tang Zimeng held Li Lingtian's hand and ran out of the plaza. The two of them were like 2 children, causing all the powerhouses to have a misconception. Was this still the same monster who had crushed a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster? Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty beside him with a faint smile on his face. Without asking anything, the two of them sprinted forward with Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping trailing behind. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the verdant cloud hall. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he understood something. Tang Ziming must have placed her bet. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian. Thank you, young noble Ling Tian. Countless warriors who saw Li Lingtian's arrival were overjoyed. Only a few of them remained expressionless but cursed Li Lingtian 1,000 times in their hearts. Li Lingtian nodded and followed Tang Ziming into the verdant cloud hall. Hall Master Lu, I'm here to collect the spirit stones. Tang Ziming walked into the green cloud hall and called out in a delicate voice. A middle-aged martial arts grandmaster saw Tang Ziming and the others coming and immediately turned green. So it's Miss Tang. I didn't expect Miss Tang to place a bet too. When Tianqing had just put away the spiritual stones when she saw Tang Ziming and Li Lingtian, she was stunned for a moment before she greeted them. He nodded at Li Lingtian. After all, he had lost to this young man and did not even have the courage to fight in the arena. Of course, one bet 60 million. This time, big brother Ling Tian wins, so I'll take 420 million spirit stones. Tang Ziming said happily. After she finished speaking, she took out the jade token and threw it on the counter. The crisp sound was especially ear-piercing. 420 million lower spiritual stones? Another 420 million. 420 million. Meng Meng, you bet 60 million. The temporary silence of Cyan Cloud Hall was broken. Countless warriors were speechless. When Tianqing had won 420 million yuan, and now another 420 million yuan. Wasn't this against the natural order? Li Lingtian did not expect Tang Ziming to bet 60 million on him. She really trusted him. Lu Yuzhong couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just taken out 420 million, and now this girl from the Tang family had come to collect the spirit stones. Wasn't this fatal? Oh my God, why am I the unlucky one? Lu Yuzhong had an exaggerated expression on his face. No matter how powerful a Wu Zong was, and how he had the support of the Azure Cloud Hall and the Zhou family, he could not afford to fork out hundreds of millions of spirit stones. He couldn't even afford 50 million, let alone 100 million. However, he had the Green Cloud Hall and the Zhou family. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to pay so many spirit stones. Hall Master Lu, hand over the spirit stones. This is a gift for my big brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming stretched out her little hand, looking extremely cute. She completely ignored how ugly Lu Yuchen's expression was. She had bet 60 million and earned 420 million. She did not even dare to think about Li Lingtian earning such a large sum of money. However, she felt pressured by the amount of spiritual stones. Giving it to Li Lingtian was the best choice. After all, she was big brother Ling Tian's fiancée, and in the future she would be his, not to mention spirit stones. Lu Yuchen could only admit that he was unlucky. He had the Zhou family put together a lot of spirit stones, and with the spirit stones of the Green Cloud Hall, he finally paid Tang Ziming's spirit stones. Seeing so many spiritual stones in Tang Ziming's hands, countless warriors' eyes were filled with greed. However, when they thought of Li Lingtian, they put away their thoughts. Young noble Lingtian, thank you. This is the 293 million low-grade spirit stones one owe you last time. Please count them. At this moment, when Tianqing walked up to him and handed him a storage bag. You're quite bold to bet 60 million. Li Lingtian reached out to take the storage pouch and kept it without looking at it. He then handed Wen Tianqing an IOU. Wen Tianqing's face was also filled with surprise. This Wen Tianqing was indeed bold and courageous. She was a rare warrior. Last time, she admitted defeat decisively. It was the same in the arena. Now, she actually bet 60 million on him. All these things were not something an ordinary person could do. This one knows my limits, and one still have this bit of foresight. If your young noble Ling Tian can't even enter the top 10, then this one can only admit that I'm unlucky. When Tianqing smiled casually, it was not obvious that she had any grudges with Li Lingtian in the past. Li Lingtian admired Wen Tianqing for this. Regardless of cultivation base or temperament, Wen Tianqing was a prodigy who had only met Li Lingtian. Countless warriors were shocked when they saw Wen Tianqing owe Li Lingtian nearly 300 million. A young man with just 300 million was comparable to a martial royal realm powerhouse. After receiving the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng left the Emerald Cloud Hall. Tang Zimeng handed the storage pouch to Li Lingtian, leaving only a few spiritual stones. Meng, you should keep this spirit stone for yourself. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng and could not help but feel a little hesitant. Even if he was a fool, he would understand why a girl would give him so many spiritual stones. However, in his heart, he would not use a girl's money. This was a form of masculinity. Big brother Ling Tian, don't you like Meng anymore? Tang Zimeng's eyes reddened as she looked at Li Lingtian pitifully. She was excited about the spirit stones, but she could not use them herself, while Li Lingtian needed them. Now that she saw Li Lingtian reject her spiritual stones, she was stunned. She was worried that Li Lingtian did not like her. She did not say that she was Li Lingtian's fiancée, but asked if he did not like her. She cared about how Li Lingtian loved her, liked her, and doted on her. If Li Lingtian did not like her, it would not matter even if she was his fiancée. Brother Lingtian had gone after the eldest princess a few years ago. Meng, why would you think that? Meng is so pretty and cute, so big brother Ling Tian would naturally like her. Moreover, Meng is my woman and my fiancé. Even if you're not my fiancé, I won't let you marry someone else. Take these spirit stones. If I need spirit stones, I can fight for them with my own abilities. Li Lingtian was taken aback. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. It was indeed true. He did not expect his unintentional action to make Tang Zimeng so sensitive. In the past, he had only treated this beautiful girl as his fiancée. However, after spending some time with her, he had already taken Tang Zimeng to heart. Tang Zimeng's appearance was stunning. Any celebrity in her previous life was trash in front of Tang Zimeng. Those super beautiful female celebrities were not even comparable to her maid Xiao. He was right. If he lacked spirit stones, he could rely on his own strength to obtain them. He could refine pills. Just this alchemy technique alone would allow him to have endless spirit stones to cultivate. Meng will be big brother Ling Tian's woman sooner or later. I don't feel safe with this spirit stone, so I gave it to big brother Ling Tian. Tang Zimeng was elated when she heard Li Lingtian's words. The brother Lingtian whom she admired was not only her fiancé, but she also had a place in brother Lingtian's heart. All right then. Upon hearing Tang Zimeng's words, Li Lingtian took the storage bag and placed it into the divine dragon ring. He then reached out and stroked Tang Zimeng's face. Seeing this, Tang Zimeng happily held Li Lingtian's arm and the two of them walked into the distance. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.